Good morning. Well, that wasn't cute. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The usual, disclaimer stuff. I'm not licensed to give financial advice or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. Good morning, Dan. And had a real weird morning here this morning. So we'll talk about that in a minute, but let's get on with the normal thing. This is my virtual trading journal, and I allow anybody to watch. It's completely live. This is a real funded live money account. And I also, which I trade in micros. Now, all trades are taken on the stream for transparency and accountability, and I'll talk about this weird situation that happened here in a minute, overnight. The idea of the stream to YouTube is to increase the transparency and the accountability, A, and B, also so that I can review the stream on any device, because I'm standing here from 6 in the morning until, 2200 or something like that every afternoon, so every evening, so it's pretty handy if I can step away. I stream at 1440p, so if it's not being bright and high def on your side, click the gear button on YouTube. We got a big sell-off going on here. It's been a crazy news morning. Look at this. Everything's the economic numbers are what they really are and what is expected, but not what is being put forward by some who have a lot of media attention. Anyway, I can't stop thinking about this drama that's going on here. So let's look at the numbers, which are pretty important. This, by the way, is Bookmap. This is IRT. This is my charting sys package. The MES, the NQ, and the M. Now let's look at the numbers here, which we have out so far this morning. Big miss on non-farm employment from ADP. That's a negative 32,000 instead from 47,000 previous. How accurate was that number, do you suppose? And now we've got industrial production, also a miss, probably here. Going to be in 11 minutes. This is investing.com. It's completely free. You can filter it for whatever you want. Country, reports, what reports you're interested in, and how you want those reports viewed. Again, completely free. We also have earnings here. Sales farce is out today. Yeah, I'm Friday. Yeah, that's right. It is Wednesday. Okay. What a joke that thing is. Oof. I spent a long time working with that. That is just, talk about bullshit and bus tickets, boy. That is crazy. Good for the guys. I mean, they're making billions of dollars, but from a real use perspective, wow, incredible. So here's, as I said, financial, or I prefer this presentation that I can screen snap and put into Discords or whatever else. The other news that I use is Financial Juice, also free. Also, you can filter. This is a docket similar to the investing.com. But one of the things they do here is they kind of keep up to date with, like, here we have Trump speaking at 9. Okay, that's something that's just come up this morning. Here he's going to make an announcement at 13:30. none of that's over here, right? There's the only thing that we have over here is the originally scheduled one at 1330. This new thing that's jumped into this mix is been picked up by Financial Juice, which is handy because these kind of things, Trump particularly, are unrealized risks. We had no idea this was coming, and this could be huge, right? Could disrupt the market or the auction. So there you go. And over on this side, more important is more of a squawk box feel, where they kind of update things as time goes by through the day. Pre-market. Okay, let's look at pre-market. My charting packages are the following. This is the micro. This is a 12-tick Renko. You can see on all of my charts the instrument, the type of chart it is, the session, etc. This is the micro NASDAQ. Let's get that a little bit bigger, maybe. And this is a come on now. This is my version of a high time frame chart over here, which is the micro ES daily session or RTH session. And these are just daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. By doing that, it generates a micro composite VPOC and these red and green lines, which are hard for you to see on this one, which are the high and low volume nodes for the volume profile here. And they are pushed automatically to bookmap. This is my market profile chart, which shouldn't need much explanation, I don't think. And the session prices here in bookmap are also pushed to, in IRT are also pushed to bookmap. I keep the same exact setup for the ES as I do the micros. There we go. So let's look at the bookmap. Just looking here, kind of light volume this morning. Let's look at bookmap. Here we are, bookmap. Ooh, look at this. They didn't like that report very well, did they? So I put Blue Boy on at the first print of each session. You can see there's the beginning of yesterday's RTH, day before's ETH, last night's ETH. And all that is just a vertical line. Boom. And it is a visual cue for me. If I can see this line out of my eye, off to the left over here, I know that I have the full session in view, which is important to me. I'm in alignment with context. I understand it. I may not be in alignment with it, but I understand it. Ooh, this is not good, eh? Wow. So this is the order book. This is the MES order book, or dome, or price ladder, whatever you want to call it. Resting liquidity prices. The micro composite column, where I entered these values manually, and the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed to bookmap from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. So this is the full session, or the Globex, not the ETH. This is the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30. It isn't doing it automatically anymore, unfortunately, so I have to do it, and I bitch a lot about it, but, bear with me. An important column for me is the notes column here. And the first thing I do every morning is estimate or, work out what the opening type is going to be for the day. And there's only 4 of them, and there's only 2 criteria. Now, if I'd have started talking about this a couple of minutes ago, we'd be thinking we were up here somewhere, right? Look at us down here. We came all the way down to the previous low, and now we're trading up above it a little bit on that news. So let's figure out what the open type we expect it to be. There's only 2 criteria. if we opened right here, right now, how would that price opening compare to the previous RTH close, which is way up here, so it's lower? And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? There's the low, there's the high. So it's almost out of range, but at this moment, it's lower in range. So the first thing I will do is change that title, and I'll tell you why I do that. This tells me quickly, when I look at the stream or a screen snap, I can see exactly what the open type was, so I know what happened for the overnight. The opening type dictates which column on statistics we use, and every day with the associated prices here. Wow, what is this crap? Who does that? Associated prices here, which are pushed from IRT. So the next thing we need to do is clear the notes, because we're going to put in new ones this morning. These are the session prices, and they are pushed from IRT. I provide them freely to anybody that wants them. Just drop me a, like, subscribe, drop a chat, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with it's a Google Sheet, Google Drive CSV file. It's updated, as I said. I start pushing these live at 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday afternoon, 24. So just let me know and I'll hook you up with that link. You can put it in Cloud Notes. You can put it in this indicator. You can use it in whatever other charting package you want to use. So let's look at let's now look at the statistics. This is pretty crazy, huh? Crazy morning so far. I'll explain what's going on up here too, which is extra really crazy, in a minute. So the statistics, what is going on here? Jesus Christ. I got to go back to bed, tell you. The statistics come from this IRT study. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but unfortunately they only do that after 8:30. Ooh, look at us go. We fell out of bed again. So right now we're hovering between lower in range or lower out of range. This would be gap down, gap up, two insides, right? And to be frank with you, I'm a little apprehensive as to what the hell to do over here. Well, let's just carry on with lower in range. Assuming that we're going to open lower in range, here's how the study works. Very simple. Nothing I do is complicated or mysterious or discretionary much. Some bit for sure. But first of all, it's all data-driven, price-driven, and based on probabilities and statistics, period. The study looks back at 1,630 trading days. Of these 1,630 trading days, we opened lower in range, 478 of them, or 29%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control. Look at how these are getting crazy. The overnight volume point of control, 82.4% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 82.4. Bam. That's all there is to it. Now, I will just go down the list, and I'm not going to get carried away with a lot of these because more news is coming out, and I'm suspecting we're going to open lower out of range, but I don't know, and I don't want to have to change a bunch of stuff, so let's just look at some basics here. The overnight mid, which is another one, is 82.4. And that's right there, and that's 82.4. And what's next? Well, previous close, that's usually a big one. I don't even know where the hell it went. Let's look over here if we can see it. Previous close right there. Under the VWAP. Previous close is a biggie. 74.1. There you go. And then obviously, well, IB high is one I like to put in all the time, or IBs, so I can explain a little bit about that. That's 69.7. So here's the initial balance high from yesterday. 69.7. IB high. Why do I do that? Because the initial balance high and low, though confusing to some folks, are absolutely falling off a log simple. They are just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more, nothing less. The terminology or the nomenclature, initial balance, high and low, is an old market profile thing. Means nothing. Whoever figured it out, but it's what it is, what they represent for me and for everybody else is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. So imagine that if we open down here, the high of the session so far is going to jump way down here, huh? It won't be up here anymore. So I want to know what the hell this 69.7 was about. The next thing is the IB low is 61.7, which is kind of funny because it's way below us, huh? And that's the IB low. Okay, typically we revisit the overnight high and the overnight low and the previous high and low. Those are usually in sequence, but this is getting all screwed up here. The overnight low, we've already pushed about 3 times, is 66.7. I'm going to wait until we open to figure out what the hell is going on. And we typically, I don't like to do that because I like to have previous high is 41.8. I like to have these statistics in well before they open for a lot of reasons, but mostly they're out of my way, right? They're done already, and I can focus on trading. So let's talk about the fact that you may or may not have noticed there's no indicators on my bookmap or my IRT. There are, as I said, there's only price levels, data, and probabilities, period. POC, there's a RTH POC, which is bright yellow. There's a more muted yellow, which is a full session POC. What the hell is a POC? I'm scared. Well, it's nothing more complicated than the price. It just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Nothing more, nothing less. The very split second that one of these prices down here is one contract more than up here, this yellow line's moving there. That's all there is to it. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH. VWAP, I guess you could technically say, is an indicator because it's calculated. It's the volume weighted average price. Then there is, hard to see here, but there's a mid for the RTH. And the rest of these lines are just exactly as they're titled over here. And I've already explained the initial balance high and low. So there you go. That's how we do that. I've talked about Blue Boy. These lines are just indicators reflecting the same data as these price flags here or these levels, the session prices, that's all. Crazy day here today. I'm really surprised, actually, at what's happened in the system. I want to get this TLab snap out the door so I can get on to the rest of this trading here, or the rest of the stuff. And what you ask? Something's wrong here. This doesn't look right either. what you ask is the TLab. Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room. Oops, sorry about that. Started by a guy named Tom B, whatever that is, whoever he is, I don't know. And I guess one of the most important parts of the TLab is it is completely free and you're never solicited for anything. Now, Tom reportedly self-proclaimed as a professional trader with 46 years experience, and I believe him. I think he is. Just basically because I've got some miles under my belt too. And I, understand the way he talks. And as I said, you're never solicited for anything. Ever. So every day, and I started there a couple of years ago before the stream, and I liked the camaraderie there and some of the people. It's more a mature room. It's not like romper room, and bells and whistles and bullshit going on. So every day at 8 o'clock, every day at 6 o'clock, I post the reports and stuff coming up for the day. And every day at about 8:20, I post this chart to give everyone in there an opportunity to have all the numbers and view that they may find important. Whether anybody looks at that anymore or not, to be honest with you, I don't know. But that's the TLab. Did I put that in there? No, God damn it, didn't get it in the timestamp. So there's the TLab discussion, and as I said, I don't recommend any other Discord chat room, even Bookmap, because I have not been to them all, and there's a lot of them. The other two that I did visit, besides the TLab at one point a year or so ago, the second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something, which is perfectly fine if that's what the trader and Bookmap wants to support, but I'm not interested. Yeah. So I don't, and I think it would be ingenuous or disingenuous of me to recommend them. So here we go. Now, let me say we're going to open in 22 minutes. Okay, I'm going to keep on with the pre-market here until we get until I have a chance to explain why in the hell there's a loss up here, and I'll show you. I was more shocked than you, I'm sure. If we're going to, pretty important to be able to trade with Bookmap, isn't it? So the way you do that is you activate the trade control panel, and you have to select a method that you will use to trade with Bookmap with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is this trade control or this active data column. DOM, these two DOM columns, and both is, as you might suspect, both. Now look at here. Do you see that? Because I've activated the trade control panel. Somehow, last night at 17:51, when I restarted Bookmap, I didn't have the trade control panel hot, nothing. A trade was entered somehow in my system, and it sat there all night, was activated right there on that pop at 7:12 this morning and took a stop. I was shocked when I opened up, came in here and looked at Bookmap and saw this. I couldn't frickin' believe it. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. And I mean, I'm pretty religious about making sure I've flattened everything and all those kind of things. Okay. But so that's why I'm starting the morning on my back foot, and I've confirmed that actually happened in Rhythmic. I thought maybe it was some anomaly with Bookmap, and I'm going to try to get to the bottom of why and how that possibly happened. Obviously, I can't look at a stream because there's no stream. I just woke up this morning and started to do my prep at about 6 and fell over. So there you go. Welcome to my world. Jesus, tits, if it wasn't for one thing, it'd be another, wouldn't it? God damn. Anyway, so now we've selected both. we have to go up here because I use multi-brackets, which are right here. And this is where the risk-neutral methodology is employed or, applied. The smallest risk-neutral package you can have is 2 contracts for whatever instrument because, and you'll know in a minute, so there's 2 contracts. The next thing you need to decide, and this should all be worked out in the evening or your study period well before the live market. The stop loss for the package. Now, the first and foremost thing that you should consider to determine your stop loss is your account risk parameter and tolerance. Then the volatility of the instrument. What instrument are you trading? You trading the NASDAQ full size? You trading the NASDAQ minis? You better have more than a 12-tick stop or you're going to have a bad day. Anyway, once you've determined these 2 values, the first profit target or the risk neutral scale is for half of the package. Remember I said it needed to be even. And for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then you have the runner, which is the other contract. You can have 4, you can have whatever you want. Okay, so that's set up. Let's close that bad boy. Now notice that we have all the metrics up here that we have over here. And I don't need any of the rest of the tools in the trade control panel, so I confirm the package size. And then I click the button again. Now it remains active, padlock's open, but I get the real estate back and I get all my metrics, plus I get cancel and close. Now I'm ready to trade from the open. I'll be right back. Whew. Okay, we're going to open in 2 minutes. Now, the only way that I know I'm going to be able to go backtrack, and double check what in the Christ happened over here is the log file from Bookmap. And if Bookmap, because you see, if the trade control panel is off, you can do all the clicking you want to do over here, and you're not going to send an order anyplace. I never open Rhythmic to do anything. It's open in the background. And my IRT is not able to send trades to the AMP account. This is a live AMP account. And had I had any suspicion that this was the case, I've been up since 6 looking at the news and all this kind of stuff, I would have just hit cancel and there would be no problem. But I hadn't activated the trade control panel. Huh? Watch this. Watch over there that order. Boop. So I don't think there's an order sitting there. I don't expect there to be one. Pretty disappointing. Now you can imagine the look on your face if that were the minis and you had a bunch of contracts. It only did the 2 lot. And I have as I said, I got no idea how that happened, but I will certainly try to get to the bottom of it. Absolutely. Typically, what I do in the evening, just, FYI, we're going to open in 30 seconds, so I'll shut up and get on with it here. Well, we are opening lower in range, so that's good. They decided they're not going to, well, they did all jump out the window already, and a few of them bounced, I guess, so there you go. Son of a buck. It's always one thing, and well, even one thing, it's another, isn't it? I love starting the day on your back foot down a stop. Ridiculous. And it's, you know, I can only blame myself because who's running this thing? But I'm pretty surprised. The only thing I ever do with Bookmap in the evenings, the ETH, is open it because I want to start the recording. And I put this Blue Boy on there. I certainly don't activate the trade control panel, do anything else. Obviously, something happened, you know. Maybe maybe I'm trading in my sleep or something. I don't know. So there we go, and it didn't reset, so that's just marvelous. There we go. Now, remember that the minute we get around the horn over here, and the next thing I need to do, which you might be interested in, is reset Bookmap or IRT from full session to RTH. And I do that like this right here. Boom. Pretty complicated, huh? So here's yesterday's RTH, and here we are. And I'll explain to you why I do that, just in case you're new here. I can see the reason why a lot of people who don't have a lot of traffic in their stream focus more on the Discord, because I'm sure that my repetitious explanation for a lot of stuff is boring as hell to people who have been around a while. But I want to be clear and concise for anybody new, and I have no idea who's new and who's not, you know. If you threw something in the chat and I would be, you know, familiar with the names, that'd be better. So there we go. Now, the reason this is the mini, of course. The reason that I do that is to keep the value area high and the developing value area high or low aligned. And here's the way it works. Everyone who uses my session prices and me, I understand that value area high and low are the previous RTH auction, and developing value area high and low are for the current auction. And you notice that now we have the IB low down here and the I up there. Okay. Well, up until, you know, at 7:59:59, the value area low and high were the previous RTH session. But the minute we opened, they suddenly became the high and low of the overnight. So I need to change the IRT charting to full session. I mean, to the daily session or the RTH only. That's why I do that. And I'm getting tired of explaining now. I mean, I sound repetitive. Needless. Imagine if it's boring to you what I think. Now, here's that top secret, really highly valuable proprietary indicator that I use. Blue Boy is on the job. So there's our first print, which is actually, is this open? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. There's the first print. And why do I do that? So that I can make sure I've got the full context in view here. And I'm going to, just to try to keep everything aligned, I'm going to do this. There we go. You see how the volume changed? That's because it was not properly aligned with the, it didn't, for some reason, the last two versions of Bookmap on my machine won't reset this frickin' column on at when it's supposed to. And it's always been set correctly. It's always been configured exactly like this for years. I've tried this one. That doesn't work very well. It doesn't work either. It's really crazy looking. I don't know what the deal is. And unfortunately, Bookmap support can't figure it out either. Their suggestion was, do you happen to know what previous version worked? Maybe you ought to roll back to that. I thought, no, that doesn't sound like a very good idea. You know, that I was hoping that you had a better support, and they're good support. Now, it wasn't Elsa, so I will say that, but, you know, I'm sure she had something to do with it. So, back to the point at hand here, and I didn't get the open in there. So we're open. I put Blue Boy on. We know that we opened lower in range, not out of range, so these statistics are still relatively okay. I can go back to the statistics tab now. Okay, and you see that Bookmap has graciously highlighted the correct open type. Here's another thing that's pretty cool. You see how the text is all black, except for value, previous high or low? Well, when one of these statistics levels has been revisited by price, the system changes the text to blue from black. Pretty cool, no? So the overnight low, how low can you go, is 66.6. Ooh, the devil. I'm just going to throw these in here for the purposes of the stream and, you know, my recording, because I keep these for a long time. I don't know, I got them back a couple years, I guess. The previous low is 53.7. Well, I'm not going to get to, that's right there. They're both together. I don't think it's worth messing with, but okay, there we go. That is good enough for the girls I go with. All right. So here we are. Yesterday, the open, I typically would have an idea about the open, and I would have expected that we would have an open auction with possibly some responsive buying to take profit, but that was only because of that huge sell-off, so I don't want to sound like Mr. Rearview Mirror guy over here. I'm not going to insult your intelligence by pretending that I have some clairvoyant power about the market. And you see up here's our IB high and our IB low. And where did they go? Boop, boop. Yeah, this god darn story with that order just, when I opened Bookmap and I saw this up here, I thought, wait a minute, what the hell is that? I for the split second thought that I had left a recording open, but I didn't do anything like that last night. You know, sometimes I replay and trade or whatever, and you have the replay either if you trade or if you don't trade, and there were trades throughout the day, this works. Or, you know, what a pisser, boy. I'm thinking that the only way, you know, in retrospect here, I think the only way I can tell about that order is to, wouldn't it have been great if it never works out that way, does it? That I put a short up here? Oh, wow. Oh, wow, look at me. I made $1 million. The only way that I can think of that I can determine what the hell actually happened here, way back here at 1700, right after the open last night, right after I opened Bookmap, actually, right there. The only thing I can determine here is that I can look at the log, because by default, when you open Bookmap, obviously the trade control panel is not activated, and I'm not going to do any trading. Why the hell do I do that? Why would I turn that on? And it cannot put an order in or do anything until that's the case. I'm pretty freaking disappointed. I don't know what to say, to be honest with you. I don't know what to say or think at this point about that. And I can only reach out to Bookmap support and say, what the hell? Can you guys explain this? And I'll look at the log file, but I don't know whether I can figure it out. So that's kind of a bummer, but anyway, here we go, huh? What else is going to happen? There's more news. There's lots of reports coming out today, and you see the result of some of them. Let's look at that again. Where am I here? Switching over to Edge, which I never thought I'd do in a million years, from Chrome, because we're going to get industrial production here, and then we got global PMI at the top, or at the bottom at 9, I guess. Yeah. At 9 o'clock. Why did these not have a number? Going on, man. Maybe I need to give Mama the high sign and go back to bed. And, you know, this is just great. So, wow. Let's be sure you're aware of the situation that we're in with the markets these days, and that is the danger to the auction that can be, you know, when any one of these, particularly anybody, but particularly the administration people with Trump at the head of the pack, the leader of the band, you know, when they get near a camera or a microphone, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, and this is pretty vague, isn't it? Trump speaks. Well, okay, great. And down here, Trump makes announcement at 13:30. So those are two really potential dangers to our auction, or risks. Now, that's not any kind of a political statement. What that is a statement of fact. I am traders, or at least I approach this as a business, not as a video game or gambling or any other crap like that. And in so doing that, as with any business, you want to identify potential risks and have a risk mitigation plan in place. For example, the usual suspects as far as reporting, you know, S&P, PMI, you know, all of that stuff, Michigan number, the biggest, perhaps most impact is from the non-farm payroll. We know years in advance that is going to come out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. You can plan for that. You can do whatever, anything you want to do. You can stay in bed, whatever it is. You can plan to mitigate that risk to your account. This is an unrecognized critical risk. This was, without any warning, a tweet from Trump at 10 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social. Not a press release, not speaking from the White House, nothing. Turned out that none of this, what he was bitching about, was true, nor was his reaction. Did it happen? But look at what happened to the market. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong. He can say whatever the hell he wants, and I don't care who you voted for. This is what happened to the market. If you did not have stops and targets in place, or you were long right here, you could have had a really bad day. We have that looking us in the face at the top of this hour. There you go. Not political. I call it UCR, you know, undetermined critical risk. I don't know. I don't know whether to change it to political risk. I don't know what to do. I don't want to, you know, I am not political about anything to do with trading, but I am conscious because I've been a project manager and a bunch of stuff over the years. And one of the most important things you do in a project is identify any potential risks to your project and create what PMI and best practices refers to, the PMBOK refers to as a risk mitigation plan. It's like, it's not a secret. It's something that everybody knows needs to happen. And why this is doing this, I don't know. But that's not good, that's for sure. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So there we are. Trump at the top of the hour. El Bummo. Well, and I'll do what I meant to do. I hope I had that on the right window. But anyway, I'll do what I'm supposed to do, which is stand by. I'll click flatten and cancel a whole bunch of times over here now to see what happens. And remember that if you've selected both, any click that you put over here, and I've done this way more than this is definitely the voice of experience talking. If I accidentally click over here, I've got a resting order or I'm in a trade, whether I want to be or not, inside of this active data column. The reason I switched from hotkeys and the keyboard, which you can do no problem in Bookmap, you have to set that up in advance. Any kind of, whether you've either selected chart or dome, the hotkeys will work, but the focus of the computer must be on the application, which is perfectly normal in all operating systems. So I converted because I believe that trading with your mouse is more accurate and faster on Bookmap. I've tried to do that. I used to only click on the domes. It was kind of confusing. I had to either maybe reposition my dome, which I didn't want to do. My theory here about my setup is I want to have everything I think is important to make a trade in front of me on the hard right edge right here. I used to flag the migrating POCs religiously because I didn't want to scroll in and out. Now I got Blue Boy on the job. This is a new idea. So that I constantly have the entire session in view. And when I anticipate taking a trade or interacting with the market, I can zoom in all I want to, which we'll hopefully do later. God, damn, that's annoying. Every time I look at that up there, I get pissed. I don't mind making mistakes, if I put a trade on, I know very well that it's a 50-50 chance it's going to win or lose. I don't like to wake up and see this. And especially, I could have just, had I known it was sitting in there, I could have just canceled the trade, canceled the order. Nothing would have happened. I guess I got to add something new to my workflow now. Every morning when I wake up, or every night when I go to bed, make damn sure that there's nothing pending out there, but I don't know how there could be. I really don't get it. And that's going to take some definite investigation, because that's certainly not a situation that you want to have happen. So we've got oh boy, at the top of the hour. And that's not been picked up over here. You notice that? The only thing that's there is this at 1330. So I'm going to alert my colleagues here. Oh boy. I'm pretty disappointed about that, to be honest with you. So here we are. 10 minutes. And I've never known him to talk for less than 30 minutes. So that's going to impact my vetted trade setups, which are the initial balance trades. We'll just have to stand by. Boy, I wish the only way I know to confirm that is the logs. If that was a mistake or a fat finger or something stupid on my part, fine. But if it's just some other thing that I'm not aware of, that really disturbs me a lot. And I can't imagine what it could be, actually. The system doesn't trade at all outside of the confines of IRT, my trading system here, the algorithmic one I've worked on for backtesting. So I'm pretty puzzled. Here we go. Hi-ho. Low, low, low. You know how Venezuela is from. I assume you know. Even two guys in an open boat with an outboard motor are going to make it to America. Is the most ridiculous. Is the most ridiculous. Talking to myself here. Hey, Antonio, morning. Had a pretty interesting drama with Bookmap this morning. I woke up to find this right here. I didn't wake up to, but even worse, had I known about the order, which is only displayed here when you turn on the trade control panel, which I don't ever do until the pre-market, you know, I'm in the stream. Somehow or another, an order was put into the system at 17:48 last night and sat there all night and was hit right there and took a full stop. And I turned on Bookmap and went, what the hell is this? So I'm going to, you know, pour through the logs last night. I have no clue. When I open Bookmap, which I only do to record the overnight action, you know, or have that included in, certainly don't turn on the trade control panel. I am completely, I don't know. I am completely lost as to why that happened or how. I'm assuming that somehow I did something, but I'll look and see what the log file tells me. But, whew, and of course, as luck would have it, it wasn't a short, right? Or as whatever, karma or whatever it is. Boy, pretty disappointing, though, I'll tell you that right now. Got no clue. Have no explanation for it. I checked with Rhythmic. I checked Rhythmic in the background here, and it did very definitely. I thought maybe it was just an anomaly stuck in Bookmap or something, and no. Bad enough when I take embedded trades and I take stops, which is, I accept that. When something happens like that, pretty disappointing. And be careful. We have Trump suddenly announced he's going to say something at the top of the hour, so be careful. There was a pre-scheduled something from him at 1300, but this 9 o'clock thing just jumped into the calendar. Come on, man. Boy, IRTs suck sometimes. I don't know why it gets so confused about. Look at that. It gets bogged down with calculations and it cannot keep up, I guess. That's why I have the toolbars and the crosshairs turned off. It's just a screaming mess. I guess it's my machine. I don't know. I build these and at the time, a couple years ago, it was the latest and greatest, but apparently so was I once upon a time, right? Yeah, really disappointing. Did a lot of back testing into the wee hours last night. That's what even more pisses me off even more about this thing taking trades by itself. And of course, because I turned the system on in the morning and I didn't have the trade control panel activated, I didn't see anything. I didn't see any trade. I didn't see anything. I didn't notice this, I guess, when I walked out here all sleepified with looking for my coffee. Otherwise, I would have quickly turned it on and smacked cancel. Well, it was after the fact anyway. So I would have had, that's an interesting one. What would I have had? Nothing. I guess I would have had an order over here. I don't know. That's something I don't know about. Well, now what do we got? So here's, we're going to give everybody free money or what? There was also reports at the top of the hour. There's a PMI. And it's, I can't imagine that that's much more of a report reaction than a You know, somebody saying something reaction. Okay. ISM PMI. And maybe that was Trump. Or this thing is just not catching up. Construction spending and ISM manufacturing. Oh, that's down. Unemployment, that's all down here. Now, you notice that this is not, this only shows the pre-scheduled Trump, whatever, hootenanny at 1330. But here we have the ISM PMI. Prices paid, big problem there, I guess. And whatever he's going to say, who the hell knows? I don't know. I'll just be watching it fly around over here. I have no clue. Funny, isn't it? So there's my typical screen configuration, 1 point high on the price ladder, so that it, and Blue Boy on duty. This way I have a perspective on the movements. This is 30 to 40s. This is 12 handles right here. Can look pretty dramatic sometimes. And there we are at 9. Haven't gotten up to that VPO overnight volume point of control yet. What do you bet? 82.4? Think it's going to hit there? And something's wrong. I see overnight mid at 82.4, and I see the overnight volume point of control the same. That doesn't sound right, does it? Let's look at what I did. Boy, I got them all screwed up. I don't know what's the story there. I must have been looking at I don't know what. Overnight mid is 82.5, and overnight volume point of control is 80.6. Jesus, I better go back to bed immediately. Don't pass go or collect collect $200, right? Okay, there we go. And the overnight mid up here is at 80, whatever I said it was. 80.6. Now, as anybody that's normally around here knows, I don't ever change these unless there's after the open, especially these primary values, but I want them to be accurate for the recording here, and I'm obviously on tilt on account of that. What the hell is this all about? So I'm going to enjoy standing back. Remember that there are 3 positions in trading. There is long, short, and flat. And I will be observing the ladder here for a while. And actually, until you have a structured trade signal, that's the position that you spend a lot of your time in when you're trading. Or so I believe, so I hear, so I, is reported by others. And I don't know. So we've got, I guess I better get on with the business at hand here. And that would be, wait a minute, what is it? Now I can't even remember my hotkeys. Oh, looking at the wrong thing. That might be it. So the trades that I have vetted, and the only ones that I'm taking since the 1st of November, actually before, are the initial balance trades, which is not a thing until 9:30 because of the definition of the initial balance, right? And they are based around that statistic. Again, not a thing until 9:30. So if you don't know what that statistic is, then here you go. And remember, is not a thing until 9:30 Central Standard Time. However, after 9:30, there is greater than 97.8% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. In other words, from 9:30 until 1600. And in the open type that we have today, it's 98.3. So there's a 1.7% probability that we will not take out either the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the RTH session. That's one hell of a statistic, isn't it? Not 100%, but, and within the last 2 months, and I should know the date, but I don't remember it, on a Friday, we did not. We had a day where we took neither. Also, there's a statistic that we will take both, and that's 32.8% of the time. It's also something you can lean on. If we've already taken one, this is a thing I heard from Brad Ascar, FD71 one time years ago. He said, well, you can't really trade the initial balance statistic because you don't know if it's the high or it's the low. You don't know at what time. You've got 6.5 hours. Sorry, 4.5 hours. So, however, but let's pretend that you've already taken the IB high and price is trading down towards the IB low. It's a relatively good probability that you will not take the IB low and it will revert back up. It will mean revert. So that's his contention was that was a statistic that he trades. In other words, he's betting against the 32.8%. There you go. But, take that with a grain of salt. But that was an interesting, I remember that. That was so long ago. That was a Big Mike trading webinar. That ought to tell you something. That was interesting. So here we are. We do not have a statistic yet. And my trade system is based on the initial balance trades. So that's what I'm going to do. And what those are, or what that is, I don't know, you know, which is correct. Is based on my back testing, because I believe the only way you can vet a setup is to thoroughly back test it over a large enough sample size that you have statistically significant data, and you determine mathematically, does this thing have an edge or expectancy or not? And if it does, in the live market, which we're in right now, you trade it every time it presents itself, and that's what I'm doing. And how do you figure all that out? Well, this is the system which I've come up with to back test the initial balance trades. There's only 4. This is yesterday. There's the IB high, there's the IB low. Price comes up to the IB, takes out, that's the first signal. First rule of there's 3. Trades up to the continuation zone. That's B. That's the second rule. Pulls back to the trigger zone, which is either side of the IB here, and that's the trigger. You go long. Whoop, that's an IB continuation trade. The opposite of that is just what you might imagine. Comes down to the the pullback zone, trades up, trades short. So you have a continuation, a failure, a continuation, a failure for each IB, the high and the low. And that's what these rules do. And then there's end of day, etc. And I can use this system with some variations to back test. And I need to be sure I have this set for my usual bracket, which I do not. This was, you know, I back test at night and in the morning and all over the place. Okay, there's the stop. This is the usual 2-lot risk neutral package right here that you just saw me configure in the brackets in the pre-market, which I'm sure you did. Stop is 12 ticks. T1 is 12 ticks. T2 is 48 ticks. This 60 ticks just puts this trigger outside of our trading range. This is something to do with, you know, it's got to do with backtesting. And there's no trail stop plus entry because there's no trailing stop. So we save that. Over here. Come on. Modify that rule. Save it. Now that is exactly the system that this is going. If we back tested it, however many days back we look, the system would evaluate each one of these rules over each 1 minute chart, or 1 minute period, however many days back. And in my typical 480 or 500 days back, this is about 220,000 candles that it evaluates every 1 minute. And the result ends up Boolean. If it's true, bam, you're in a trade. And then the rest starts happening, trade management, all that stuff. And then you can backtest that, and you can end up with statistics that tell me if that system has an edge or an expectancy or not. And then you trade it. Now, what I'm doing now, currently, is I am pushing or allowing this system, I'm sending it to this chart. This chart has these levels, zones, and there's some signals too, which you'll see in a minute. In no way is connected to the trading system, but these zones and signals accurately represent what's going on the system so that I can visually understand and verify, is this happening when and where it's supposed to, right? That's my thinking. So I can now push this to the chart, which I will do right now. And I'm going to turn these two profit targets off because it just puts green lines across the screen, and I don't need that. Neither do you. And here are the trades that the system took yesterday. There's a scratch. There's a full two profit targets, and there's another scratch. And there's another one living over here to the side that we won't bother looking at, but trust me, it's there. And this is how they will be presented today. Now, what I'm going to do is, and I probably forgot to do that, is, yep. This doesn't matter here. This is just for backtesting purposes. But I'm going to make sure that that's all just one day. I don't want it thinking too much over here. Okay. Okay. Now, what we're going to do now is, and this will go back for as long as the view period you have on your chart, by the way, if you're doing this yourself. What I'm going to do now, and I have been doing, is being pissed that this thing is now falling off the bottom of the screen. Boy, IRT has just given me all kinds of crap, and I don't know why. But it's not responsible for that order last night, that's for sure, because it can't trade, and let me explain that. So here is yesterday, here's today. Notice the zones are not plotting because it's not 9:30 yet. When it's 9:30, they will plot, and this thing will fire a trade if there is one, if the rules are met, those three rules, A, B, and C, A, B trigger. And I put a signals button up here to get rid of them so they're not flashing all over the place if I don't want them to be. And let me explain one other thing. Simulated. This is just a note to confirm I've selected the IRT simulated environment. I absolutely do not want these trades going to my live AMP account. This is for forward testing in a live environment for me. Another way that you confirm they will not be traded is that this particular quote page right here called Trading List, which is built into IRT, needs to have whichever symbol you're going to trade in it. And I have 0 symbols to be sure that it's not going there. Everything else is absolutely as if it were going to the system. I mean, to the, my live account, but it's not. IRT is driven by rhythmic data, so is Bookmap. Now, what I'm doing here, if you're not usually following this stream, the minute I get a signal fired on this chart from the system, I manually enter it without thinking about it in Bookmap. That's how I'm doing this at the moment. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there you go. Much as I know. Yeah, so remember that the Random Risk Band is performing live on stage. Oh boy. And we got 9 minutes till that initial balance trade is in play. Now this is, pretty challenging for Monkey Boy because I take the trades mechanically in Bookmap on a live account without discretion. Yesterday, but I voice my thinking here in the stream. And let me just say one thing else. I think I forgot the pre-market. The reason for this narration continually is it's the only way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording in the stream. So, sorry, but that's that. So in other words, when I'm going to put a live trade on because the signal is fired one, I'm thinking, what the hell? We're way up here at the top. I'm sure we're going to rotate the other way. I would suspect we're going to rotate down. That's in the stream, but I put the trade on. So now, just thinking, a little more explanation about the initial balance trades. As I said, there are two, right? There's the continuation and there's the failure. Well, stop and think about it for a minute. The IB failure is just a fancy way of naming a mean reversion trade, isn't it? Outside in, outside in. But it's based on the initial balance level, which I find an additional, valuable input data point. But if you are in a rotational day, what would be the suggested? Which trade do you imagine would be the more likely? It would be mean reversion, wouldn't it? IB failure. An IB continuation trade in a context like this might not have a high probability of success. But if it meets the criteria of the system, when it's backtesting, the system doesn't have any discretion. If this rule evaluates, to a continuation trade, boom, you got one. And so I'm trying to accurately represent the live forward testing. Short of basically because I don't know how to send the trade signals to Bookmap. I'm trying to figure that out programmatically. And I'm not confident enough with how to have IRT automatically. You can do it in a heartbeat, automatically do these trades. Select the live account. What's the signal? What's the action? You can select that right here, and away you go. And it's trading for you, baby. But I haven't gotten that. I've never used IRT to actually automatically trade or algorithmically trade. So I don't want to experiment with that on a live account with my money, even micros, So if you know how to do that, or have done it before, have some history with that, let me know. Drop something in the chat. We zoom over to the RT risk neutral Discord and, whatever. That would be great. And we are going to be around that IB statistic here pretty quick. What's going on with suspiciously quiet here as far as supposed to be speaking at 9 o'clock, but this guy here. Jesus. Digitize. Let's get everybody in a digital thing that we can go. Well, let's do FTX again, revisited. What a bunch of crap. Sorry. I don't see anything about Trump talking, and that's pretty surprising. To me. Without a doubt he is, but I don't follow news sources or any of the social media kind of things, or I just find it to be more confusing than it's worth. So here we go. When we get ready, when it's 9:30, we'll start plotting, and when we have a signal, it'll start plotting, and that's as much as I can tell you. In the meantime, here we are. What are we doing today? Well, we had a big oops. Employment sucks. Well, maybe we're not. Maybe it won't suck as bad as we think it is. Boop, 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 boop. Rotational yesterday. About as rotational and perfectly balanced Gaussian distribution as you could frickin' imagine. There's a POC dead center, huh? Isn't that something? And unlike yesterday, which we talked about, there's excess on both ends. So the auction has, auctioning right along. Well, we go down here and there's nobody interested, so they auction back up here and see what happens. That's it. Or that's the it as I understand it anyway, as I think about it. How you do it would be interesting to understand for me. Well, we got about a minute and a half here until the world famous initial balance. And I don't know what to think about the Trump thing. Back to my conversation, or my, thinking out loud about the initial balance and context, taking trades even though they're signaled against context and are opposed to the context, which I don't think is a good idea, by the way. And I do realize that, we are rotational until we're not. And how do you know that? The only way you can know that is looking back, right? But what I would need to do in order to have this system be in my, proper back testing and vetting is I need to figure out how to limit that, how to control that so that the trades are taken within context and sort of, without discretion being involved, because at some point it will not be. And when you back test, it cannot be. But I think that's a valid idea. I don't know how to do that. I mean, I've not approached that yet. How to make a general filter, for example, that if we're rotational within, I don't know what, or I don't know, just thinking out loud here, no trade, for example, that flag isn't set. I don't know. Here are the last 4 days. What's happening here? Not much of a Santa rally yet. Hey. Again, this is the micro composite. This is just my way of doing it. Whatever you do that works for you is super. Wherever price, these are one daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw or can extend the volume profile around them. And by doing that, it generates a micro composite VPOC and the high and low volume nodes and all that stuff. Do that any which way you think is a good idea. What do we got? 529,000 contracts here. I removed gold from this, excuse me, from my quote page the other day. I saw something last night that was pretty shocking. Is gold jumped $50 yesterday? It's trading up over 4,200. Is that right? That's pretty phenomenal if that's the case. Also, I heard something or I saw something that I need to confirm, but I'll, spread rumors right now. Last week or week before, JP Morgan sent out an email to their entire gold trading floor and said, be relocated with yourself and your family to Singapore by this Friday. Move the whole shooting match of their gold trading floor from New York to Singapore. That is a huge thing if that's the truth. And I try to verify it at some point, but wow, that's a pretty big deal. But you notice how this news cycle is so controlled by private, personal agendas by a few that, did you hear anything about that? I didn't anywhere except, and somebody said something at 9 o'clock, at 9:30, whatever time it is, 9:33, whatever that was, you didn't want to be on the wrong side of that one. Got to be Trump, because there's no news coming out at 9:30. I mean, at 9:33 anyway. That's got to be Trump talking, which is perfectly fine. But and I'm really pleased, as I have said before, that at least Financial Juice is pretty proactive through the day to get these random risk events into this calendar. This was in since last night and is there for in investing.com, but this one isn't. And I don't know, I mean, EIA, the crude report, I don't think the crude number had this kind of impact on the ES or the MES. I think that's got to be Uncle Donnie, the Don. Or Richard calls him Agent Orange. I think that's pretty funny. Yeah, so, boy, there you go. All right, let's get back now. We are just about, we are 9:30-ish. So the initial balance statistic has been hit right there. What was I looking at? Right there. The stat is on the books. And what's happening over here? Now, there we go. And let's put our signals on. We don't have a signal yet, and that's because of the configuration of the bars. Oh, there we do. There we got our A. So now, what I need to do is something. I want to drag this thing over where I can have a little better view of it right there. I also want to get over here, bear with me here. I'm going to change the output now so that the price level, the price session price levels lines are gone and only print the trade stuff on Bookmap. And let's see how that works. We should have these should disappear here pretty quick, and we'll just have the lines, and there they are. Now, this is the trigger chart over here, and this is the chart we want to watch because the trigger chart doesn't have the sessions. Ooh, look at there. This was a back test thing I was running this morning. So here's the trigger chart. There is no trade by the system yet. The levels are plotting, and the levels have been pushed. These levels have been pushed, and the triggers have been pushed to Bookmap, and I can prove it right there. So now I've eliminated the session price flags are still in the columns, but the lines are not because that's a little confusing, I think. I want to try to make this as clean as I can get it. Now, let's confirm. Let's do our pre-trade checklist, right? Both, we can trade with both. We have the risk neutral 2-lot. And we have Bill being completely pissed here, but there you go. Let me say something else now. The system, this backtesting system over here, has no idea if the world came to an end, if Trump is talking, if anything else happened. It is the computer evaluating the data that's coming down the pipe from Rhythmic, from the market. So there's, at this point in my trading, live trading, whatever, back, live forward testing, I need to think about a discretionary. That's another flag I need to put in, maybe manually. Around the news, huh? Now the system didn't trade this, but you see an A, you see a B, and you see the trigger. That would have been a long trigger, and that would be pretty disappointing at this point, right? Remember when I was talking about the rotational day? And let's be sure of one other thing. Oh, there we do. There we got this. There we got a trade. So, in accordance with my rules, there we are long. There's the trade from the system.
Order submitted.
There's my trade from manually entered into Bookmap and late because this, well, we're okay. We're on the IB, I guess. What are you going to do? That's as fast as I can do them. What can I tell you? I don't know what else to say. And I wouldn't normally be, this is long, remember? This is against the context. Is that going to pan out in our defense, in our favor? Who the hell knows, huh? Let's see what we do, what we get up here now. Okay, we got a risk neutral scale. I can breathe again. Okay? And I'll tell you what, I understand all the arguments about doing this risk neutral scaling and all that kind of crap. But I can tell you that there is one huge psychological plus for me with that. The system could care less, of course. And as you know, being as good a boy as talk about the weak link in the chain, me doing this manually. But here's the trade as fired by the signal, and there I am, and we're both risk neutral. So, okay, let's see if we get up here and make some money. Who the hell knows? I've been experimenting, and I will talk about it with back testing. I've been experimenting with trailing up to either break even, more importantly, to T1 after we've gone a specific number of points above it, you know, ticks above it, whatever. Do I expect this trade to go on to a profit? Unlikely, in my opinion, because of the day. Look at this. Look at the session. Now, here's a real big deal. The overnight volume pointer control is just above us up here, and that's a high probability, isn't it? So there you go. Maybe we will. With random risk, with the random risk band on duty, I don't know. We'll see. I have to wait. I haven't concluded the back testing to a point that I feel like I can leave it in the system. And that's the only way that I would trade it manually here. I'm trying to get away from discretion as much as possible. Okay, come on, Trump. Tell him you're going to give everybody free money. Let's go. No more income tax. He actually said that yesterday. Well, I suspect that nobody will be paying any more income tax in the very near future. Wow. That'd be pretty cool. I wonder if that's one of those checks in the mail kind of deal. I don't know. Now here's where I start to approach the back testing thing I've been doing about the scaling. Once we get, usually it's 12 ticks, can be 2, can be 3. I've tested it from 18, 16, 14, 12 ticks above T1. I scale up. Now, if I did that right now, the account would be back to, you know, I would have erased this stop from overnight. Are we going to break out of this thing and get up to our overnight volume point of control? I don't know. And should I scale up? I don't know. The system won't. The backtesting system, which is trading over on the other side of the fence over here, will not do anything like that because it's not coded in here. We've taken T1, we're risk neutral. It's going to keep looking for the top. And this is just, let me say that I don't think that this is the way anybody ought to trade with these two systems and doing all this. But I'm forward testing my back tested. I am determined, committed, that I will only trade vetted trade setups. And that's what I am doing. And this is now the forward testing part of that from the back testing. And the idea is, you know, such a pleasure, then pick the next setup and vet it. Now you've got 2 in your trade, you know, in your arsenal or whatever you call it. Let's get up there and take that VPOC out. What's the matter with you guys? Get out and push. Who's not pushing? What the hell's wrong with you? There we go. Come on, free money. Let's go. Healthcare for everybody. We're going to annex Canada. What? whatever those guys with the red ball cap sake's great. Let's do it. Let's do it. My initial, my thought standing here right now, monkey boy, whatever, is just smack close right now and scratch this straight. I mean, and zero out that goofiness from last night. Which, if you don't understand and you're new to the stream, I've covered ad nauseum, so there you go. And that would be a thing at 53. That would be a thing right here. Huh? I could have done that right there. By my back testing results, which is 12 ticks above T1, trail to T1. Now, if we get up here and take the POC and are heading for high ground, I'll probably scroll it up. That's a discretion. That's where discretion will come into my trading always. Another discretionary point is moving your target to what looks to be a little more opportune location, right? Rather than just outer space. That's another one. Now I'm really in the quandary as to bring this up here. The thing about this whole story was trailing up and all that is it just really sticks in my craw to have it blow back in your face. But you see what would happen? Had I scaled up, I'd be out right now. Is it going to come down here and take me out for a scratch? Maybe. Or is it going to bounce off of here and go zooming back up to the POC? I don't know. Remember, it's a random market. It's a random environment. And you stop and think about the millions of traders and algorithms and whatever else are expressing their opinion in this market. It's no wonder why, I didn't even get a chance to put my candlesticks on here today. That's all over with. Now we're in the trade, so let's manage the trade. And I'm trying to talk through it right now and what I'm thinking. In the course of backtesting, you cannot change anything, or that particular trade cannot be included in the data set. Obviously, when you backtest with the computer, there is no change. But for example, if I've in the vetting of live trading, you put this trade on and then you just sit there and see what happens. That's it. Now we've got that statistic above us, which is, in my opinion, a good sign. What I'm worried about is, Agent Orange, what that sneaky devil's up to. God only knows. And boy, I'll tell you, I don't believe any of them or pay much any attention to it. But some of the conspiracies going, well, now the one I saw last night, something about, well, here's the real truth. Trump bought Melania from Jeffrey Epstein. Now, she was hooked up with Epstein and working for him or whatever the hell happened before they got together. But that's the latest one. Well, Trump actually bought her from Epstein. Jesus, Christopher Christ. Some people need to get a life, I think, eh? Another one I could do is trail in, trail up to entry. I don't really know. I'm stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea here, actually. I think what I'll do is let it run as it's traded and as the system is trading. Maybe that'll be a rule I make, that I don't do any of this trailing up stuff discretionarily until I have that coded into the system, which is real simple to do. Not now, of course. And see, I guess, maybe, I don't know. Pretty high probability of that overnight volume point of control up there, isn't it? So disappointing what can happen with it's a random environment, you know. And you're always, or at least I am continually thinking about how to maximize the benefit and minimize the risk. Excuse me. And there's the old, the old saying, you never go broke taking profit and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's true. And then there's all those other people that say, you got to give the trade room and you got to do this and you got to do that. I don't know what to think, to be honest with you. Got no clue. I'd like to just see this thing rip up to that VPOC, but I don't know that that's going to happen. And it may fall out of bed and come down the other way. Who the hell knows? It's, 50-50 at this point, isn't it? Do I trail up to my entry, which is the initial balance high? Damn if I know. And another thing I've thought about is time. I know traders, I've known traders who, well, if it hasn't gotten to what I think it by us, after so many minutes, I close the damn thing. Well, I've also had trades that have lasted for 2 hours and gone to my target. So, who knows? I can tell you one thing, that damn Trump is not doing me any favors here. Come on, buddy. Come on, Uncle Don. Give away some money. Do something. Even though it's just, we all know it's just lip service, go ahead. What the hell? He doesn't have any problem doing the Trump dump. Let's get the Trump bump, shall we? What is going to happen now? Nothing. There's no news. There's nothing out at 10. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it is. We got to get over that 68.5 and get going. If we're going to get to the POC and the targets. I'm going to go fill up my tea deal. Somebody manage the trade for me. Oh, there we go. Stop to the tick, huh? Isn't that something? Stop to the tick. Ah, oh, you gotta love them. And now the damn thing will turn around and haul ass the other direction. And because of the little difference, this is pretty interesting. Because of the little difference in delay between me entering the trade and the system entering the trade, the system's still in the trade. That's what can happen with a tick. Isn't that something? Can you imagine? Well, there you are. Shit happened, eh? Who was it who was supposed to manage the trade while I was gone? Thank you very much. Something to be said about this one tick. Look at that. Isn't that something? And of course, you know, obviously the market is watching my stops. Let me just say something that's really important, and I'm going to even put it in the Rule's stream history. If I can find an arrow now. There we are. I try to be conscientious about this time chapter markers because, you know, the damn stream is 7 hours long. I don't know about you, but I'm not listening to 7 hours. So I want to be able to zoom around and see specific things that are of interest to me. Well, what I was going to say was this. One of the biggest problems that can happen to your trading is when you make an error or do something to your trade plan and it works out in your favor. Right here. If I move this stop, whatever, for whatever reason, to whatever price, to the close, whatever, didn't get stopped out, and it goes on to my targets, that's a huge problem because humans, monkey boys and girls, remember the good stuff. You will remember that one time that moving your stop away from entry worked out in your favor rather than the 1,000 times that it cost you a lot more money. And this could very well do exactly what I just got through saying. This took me out to the tick for whatever reason. Who knows? Well, I can tell you probably why. You see this low volume node right here? That's where it dropped, right? That's where it dropped into. And then it's rotating, so it's trading around this distribution. Now, if in advance of this, and it was within my trade plan, which you never altered during the live trading session, I had some criteria that said, okay, I can move my stop below, if I'm right, like right now, if I'm right in the middle of a low volume area, move it down here just outside of that. But boy, that's a real gray area. And of course, you couldn't have that trade be part of your statistics. But you certainly don't want to have those kind of criteria. You don't want to do that in the middle of the trading session. I certainly don't want me to do that in the trading session. And another way to look at that without moving your stop, I have is my cardinal 10 commandment number 1 is do not move your stop away from entry. The secret is, and it's just what the trade system did. your entry. You need to improve your entry location. And look at us go. Look at us go. Up we go. From here to here, to here, maybe to here, maybe on up to here. Who knows? But it's, you know, I can't get in another trade here because of the system is still in the one that it took right there. And that's just the difference of those. That's a difference, very simply, of the bottom trigger here. And I didn't get the bottom trigger. I got the IB. Had I been right here, my stop would have been right here, and I'd be in the trade, just as the system is. Shit happens, eh? Doesn't make it less disappointing or, you know, any of those things, but it's, I don't know any other way to approach this. To achieve some sort of consistency and business approach, you know, not just clicking and banging and hunching and guessing and whatever else. And that certainly isn't consoling when you're, you know, what's consoling is when you make money. But I have to believe the majority of successful traders that all pretty much have the same approach, that it's got to be statistical and probabilities, and you've got to stick to your guns. Disappointing, eh? But sure, but the way it is. I will be the first to say that. Monkey Boy is pissed. He gets that way frequently. And here we go to that POC. You couldn't have done that right here. Oh, no. They had to come down to that low, and then up we go. Son of a gun, huh? Wow. Yeah. I'll never have a system that says I move my stops. That's for sure. Still haven't gotten a T1 over here or T2 over here yet, but T1 for sure. Didn't get stopped out. A little bit of a drawdown right there. This is what took us out on my actual trade. And then up she goes. And in case you're just new to the show, probably not. I'm not going to explain that crap last night, which I can't wait to. Well, I can wait to look at the log files because that's going to be painful. But that's the only way I know to figure out what happened. Nothing about Ford talk, or what's his name? Trump talking over here. Ford, where'd that come from? Huh. Oh, well. Oh, well. And we're running out of stuff here. The only next event that's on the calendar is Trump at 1:30 making an announcement. So, or 13:30, depending on how you go about that. Interesting, huh? Nothing on the nothing here about him speaking. Obviously, it was that he speaks up there, but and the only other thing on the calendar we have is down here. So I don't know whether that was just a whatever. It was something. I don't know what. Ooh, and now we have a VPOC migration, so we're really going to make money now, baby. This thing is really going to go through the roof without me. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? This is a joke that it's VPOC migration, which is a setup that people trade, but and what does that mean? Remember, the POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, 63.64. Now it's going to be whatever the hell it is up here. It still hasn't. Oh, wait. That's, I think, that's the, let me just look. Yeah, that's the, you see it's a darker yellow POC? That's the full session. That's over here. That's not the RTH session yet, which is down here and which is here. Precursor, right? I suppose. Another rotation around the distribution, maybe? None of which has anything to do with me, of course. I kind of like that. That's the reason I created this group. I can hide these signals, so that's like confusing soup, I think, after the trade's on especially. Remember, yesterday was one trade to targets and 2 scratches in the system. And now, oh, he said something they didn't like. Somebody did something they didn't like. There we are. Oh, god damn, I am really tired of this. What is going on, Mr. Bookmap? Oh, look at us go. Well, there's another. Now we're going to be out of this beauty over here pretty quick. All right, come on. Boy, that is mighty close. I'd say it's a stop myself, but we'll see. One thing about these signals that I have to be sure of, and there you have it. Now the trade's off. See this right there? And the box is closed out. Let me point out something which I have to do every day, I think. This indicator, which is called the Trade System Indicator or something like that in IRT, was done by Chad a long time ago. It only was designed around one contract, not multiple entries or exits. So, or let's say not multiple exits. That's because you could put 10 contracts if you wanted to. You see that this is risk neutral scale. So that's positive 12 ticks. Oops, stop. That's negative 12 ticks. This only, the totals down here only reflect the final contract. So this is not minus 12 ticks. This is 0. If that matters to anybody. And now I can put the signals back on because because of the wonderful things it does. So this thing is, let me see something here. So this is the first B. If we get a trigger, in my world, I would say I could take a short, but the system won't, because the system, when it's in a trade and then it goes flat finally, it resets all the flags. So it resets the cadence AB trigger. These signals, so you can see, they fire wherever they're active. If you wanted to be really discretionary and pretend you're following signals, you could say, well, I have an A here. Now I have a B. When I get a trigger, I could go short. Yeah, I don't know. That wouldn't be how the system's doing it. But I suppose you could, fiddle your way around that psychologically. For humans, of course, we can convince ourselves of anything. We are probably the only thing we're better at than screwing up our nest, our environment, is rationalization. And that's, we can rationalize. We're the only animal that I know of that shits in their own nest, destroys their own place. It's the weirdest thing. So crazy. Anyway, let's see if we get a signal, which we're not going to get anytime quick here, I don't think. But so the system scratched. So did I. Well, there you go. And this story is that overnight order that was in there that I had no clue about. And at some point at 7:30 this morning or whatever, or 7 something this morning, it fired and wouldn't stop. So I'll have to resort to the log to see what that's about, which I'll do. And if you want to, there you are. This thing came in at 7 something in the morning. I had no idea because the trade control panel was off. It was off, right? What's going on here? Oh yeah. Trade control panel was off. So I didn't know it was sitting there. And unfortunately, I only knew when I was doing the pre-market and turned on the trade control panel and see this and this stuff up here, and I'm going, whoa, what is that? I have no clue. This actually went in at 17 something right after I had opened Bookmap. I have no idea how that could go, how that could have been placed, because I don't activate the trade control panel at night. It's just to start the system so that it records the market. It beats me. I've got to look at the logs. That's all I can say. And let's look at what's going to happen over here now. Okay, now we can do the next thing that I have been trying to do or experimenting with. And that is putting on these 1 minute candles. See the little guy there? There and there. And then widening this thing out to 1 minute. The only reason for these candlesticks is to be able to see the sequence of events within the 1 minute bars, to try to align myself with what the system is looking at real time. And if you've got a better way of doing that, I'm all ears. But I landed on these 1 minute candles all scrunched up because if I put the vertical lines at 1 minute, it's just a confusing mess to me. But this way, this way I can pretty much have it as uncluttered as I can get it. Now we're going to get another A here, possibly, right there. Because the system traded, the way the A signal works, open is below the IB, high is above it, and the previous bar to the signal bar, low open is below the low. This is working against the IB high, of course. So now we could come up here and get another B, and then a trigger, and then here we go again. And how many times am I gonna fall for that maneuver, huh? I don't know. This is kind of frustrating, but I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do in order to actually trade the damn thing. What I'm trying to default to is when the system takes a trade, but it only takes the final trigger on close a bar. Now, I might be able to change that to intrabar on this actual signal. Don't have a B here yet. Have the A. So we got an A in place right there. Yeah, right there. Now we need a B. And then we need a trigger. And then here we go again. Now, if I put this trade on, and I will be more disappointed because I'm working on my back foot, right? I'm one step back. I should have just woulda, shoulda, coulda. I should have, on my first trade, brought trailed my stop up to negate or to equal this and wipe it out to zero, and then be back to the market as normal, as I would normally be. But I didn't, so here we go. Trying to be system driven here, and it's driving me all right. It's driving me crazy. So we have a B if it closes. That bar closes, it'll be a B, and then if we drop down here for a trigger, drop into here for a trigger, it'll be a long. Not my favorite because of the, what I just got. Oh yeah, we got the B. Now we get it. We drop down in here, we'll get a trigger, so I'll go long per the system. And if you think I'm lying to you, there you go. There's the A, there's the B. See what happens to this trigger, and then that would normally fire. I can't show both of them at the same time. Sorry. I tried doing both of these screens, both of these monitors into the stream, and it's just too small. These are two 32-inch 4Ks, and you couldn't see anything. I couldn't anyway. Well, we didn't get our trigger. Morning, Ron. Didn't see you drop in. How do you do? Been an interesting day, for lack of a better way to put it. Now, if we get to the trigger, I will assume that my system will take it, and I will have to do so as well. And I'll try to do it. Oh, did I miss the trigger? God damn it. Boy, if I did that. Yeah, I did. I missed the trigger for the system. Isn't that the pisser? I'll tell you what, boy. I got to either figure out how to put these in here as resting orders or something. I don't know. I'll put that in there as a resting order and hope for the best. Well, I should have had it at the IB, right? Now, will I get stopped? Who the hell knows? The system is fired over here, right there. And we're going to get stopped if we're not careful here. Again, I got myself on the wrong side of this god dang low volume node down here. I should be below that, and I know that. And I would have been if my entry was better. Damn it, Janet. So give me a break. Get up there to that old POC and give me a risk neutral scale. Thank you very much. Again to the tick. Oh, if that's twice, I'm going to be really disappointed. Well, that's just magic. Maybe not. So I need to do something about that. This me doing the trades live while this after I see the system fire is not working out in my favor today, that's for sure. That's 2 to the tick, eh? Yeah. I'm not saying that it's gonna not fall on its ass, but pretty disappointing. How can I deal with that at this point? I don't know. I have to think about it, I guess. Obviously, as we were talking about like a minute ago, you see, this low volume node here has been re-hit about 2 or 3 times, and that's perfectly understandable. And then they trade it back up. It's a rotation, right? It's trading. But I'm getting sort of frustrated by that twice in one morning, and then that other, it was the first intentional trade was already risk neutral, so not a problem. The first stop was this drama that happened from last night sometime, and I have never considered in my trading to wake up in the morning and come to Bookmap and look and see if there's an order lurking around there somewhere. That's the weirdest thing I ever saw. I guess I'm going to have to put that in I'm going to have to get a checklist assistant here pretty quick. Well, by the way, the system has not stopped, by the way, because the system got in just as before. The system got in right here. I was worried that I missed this, put my stop, my target, my entry here, rather than say the IB. Maybe that's a rule I need to, maybe that's something I need to do while I'm doing this manual thing. I don't know. But, you know. It's a random environment. Who the hell knows? And I've talked about it already. It's a rotational day. What to expect? I suppose at some point we're going to get up here and take this guy out. We have 80.6% of the days where of 1,600 days we've done that. Here we go down to this damn thing again. And, you know, get rid of the signals here again. There we are. You know, there's the entry. We haven't got a scale, and we don't have a stop either. But so Uncle Me is not doing a very good idea. Uncle Don's not helping. What's going on, man? What is this? Black Friday or something? God damn. I'm getting off to a bad month here. Well, not at all. Today is, though. I haven't had 2 stops in a row in a long time. Not that that's unusual, but here comes the VPOC migration now. Oh, we're going to the moon, Antonio. Here you go. VPOC is... Overnight VPOC's on duty. On tap, maybe. And I would only be on 1 stop here. 1 stop and a scratch. Because of the... because of that overnight thing. That's got me more worried than anything else. I don't know what to do about that. I'm almost afraid to open Bookmap and let it record all night. What if it's some magical shit's going on in the background I don't know about? Unfortunately, the only thing I can think of is the damn the log file, because I don't record it. You know, I don't record all night, so I don't know. I can't imagine that the trade control panel was on, meaning that a trade selection had been made. And if not, how the hell could how could there be an order entered? Beats the hell out of me. And remember now, this is a micro. This is $60, not 600. Why I'm doing the micros? Till I get all these goofy things to do with this system figured out. And I might not. Who the hell knows? We're going to get up here and take the risk neutral scale pretty quick, though. Gee whiz. This calls for a homemade biscotti. Yeah, and there's risk neutral scale and overnight volume pointed controls on tap. Son of a gun. And there's T2. No, T1. Sorry. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Days like this are where an amplified monkey boy comes out to play. And boy, I wish there was a way around that, but I don't think there is. You know, our DNA, and here we go, that POC. Son of a buck. So our DNA has inherited all this stuff from thousands of years here from Monkey Boy. Most of it served us very well historically, but not now. Not trading. You know, FOMO, risk aversion, chasing, desire to be right, all of that kind of stuff. That hurts you real bad trading. Look at this damn thing go. There is going to come up to my T1 here, sure as the world, from that trade, and where'd the other one go? From this trade, because they're both about the same. See that? Son of a bitch. I don't know any way around it. Anyway, what I was going to say was these are the kind of days when Monkey Boy really comes out to play and screws with your head. My head. And you're never going to get rid of those emotions, that adrenaline bump, all of that stuff, I don't believe. You just have to be a real vigilantly aware of your state and don't act on it. You bet I'm having FOMO, pissed, let's chase this thing, what, right? No can do, Joe. Isn't that something? Oh, yeah. Son of a gun. Well, now, if I were, swinging in my hammock and letting my algorithm trade for me. Oh, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong freaking screen. Monkey Boy has got me all confused. There you go. There's the first trade, profit target T2, and here's the second. This is a scratch. This is a stop by a tick. On to T2. Ever so annoying. And what's even more so is that I know that setup was correct and it was the right way to go. Here we are. Here's the system taking the trade. There's T1, and T2 is close at hand up here. I don't know what to do about it or how to deal with it, or I guess the obvious solution would be to figure out how to get IRT to trade live, the rhythmic, and let her rip. I don't know. My intention of backtesting has never been to be an algorithmic trader. It has been to identify, vet a system with a positive expectancy, an outcome, and then to trade that, which is what what I'm trying to do now is forward test that, which I have done. And doing my back testing, I've got all these other things that I'm talking about, like, do I scale it up? Do I trail it up to break even? Do I trail to T1 after T2, after it's gone so many ticks past T1 or whatever else, right? All those different things. Well, There you go. Those are all back tests. Each one of those lines is a back test over this many days. This was November. I just ran each numbers for November. This is what I did last night. All these variations on how to do this. So, you know, there you go. I'm trying to eat my own dog food and do this systematically, and it's just getting annoying. Especially when the damn computer trades better than I do. Since these trades are based around the initial balance, I'm thinking maybe the way to go, as long as I'm doing this, Uncle Bob over here, Bob's your uncle, does the trade is entering them manually here on the live funded account. And you see how by not being at the IB low, I was stopped out, same way before. Maybe since I'm doing this basically manually as quickly as I can, have some rule in my head that, well, every time I get B signal, I put a resting order at the IB. Maybe. I don't know. I gotta come up with something. Or if I don't catch it at the entry from the system or lower, I don't take the trade. I mean, you know, Jesus. I don't know. Because I get the feeling when I take an entry like this and I'm sort of trying to do it manually real quick after the system did, I'm like, that's kind of almost chasing, right? I'm not sure how to think about that. Because you also have a real big pain in the ass problem when you miss the entry and it goes zooming off without you. I guess that's better than chasing, you know, being late and taking a stop like I just did right here. And are they there yet? Well, if you want to believe that tick line right there, that was T2 for both trades. If you want to believe that. Taking our statistic, how amazing. We took the stat. Isn't that something? This is the part that really pisses off the Pope right here. By automatically putting my resting order at the initial balance, and the way these zones are built, which is, you know, happy to share that the trigger zones are one tick either side, 1 point either side of the IB. The zones, whether it's pullback or continuation, are 3 to 5 points from the IB. So if you put your order at the IB, this would be your stop, or the other way around, that would be your stop. 3 points, right? Either of those would have kept me in both of those two trades. Go figure. Go figure. Oh, there we go. And there's our T2. Yep. All right. Busy talking about stuff. I forgot I had Mr. Big Boy over here. So there's T1 and there's T2 and there's a full trade. So this is 60 ticks and this is a scratch. And what am I doing? And, you know, Uncle Bob does the clicking down 48 ticks. which should only be 24 because of whatever happened last night. I don't know about. I'll accept responsibility for it because whose responsibility is mine. But that's part I question. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Bingo, bango, bongo, and Bob's your uncle. There you are. Son of a bitch. Excuse my French, but that's about all I know to say at this point. And now I'll throw the signals back on here and see what happens next, I guess. Gotta keep going. I think, well, I've never had to cross this bridge in a long time, but I'm going to have to put a 3-stop limit, maybe? On the day, just thinking in advance. Maybe that's negative, thinking. But really a pisser. Makes me tired. Didn't even get my stop in there right. So busy being pissed. So 2 minutes. Okay. Again with the low volume nodes here, huh? And that's pretty normal auction. They just keep rotating up, boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom, bitty, up to the next one, boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom. I mean, that's not surprising. And that's why trading works pretty much similarly on all time frames. It's the same thing. This is happening on this fractal. Tom likes to use fractals, This fractal the same as this fractal, the same as the daily fractal, and on and on. Well, shucks. This is pretty darn disappointing. I guess I can take off my candle boys over here. I don't know if it helps me anyway. I can understand the cadence of what's happening, because the rules in the trading system, I'm trying to align myself as closely as I can. The rules in the trading system are, sequential. So I want to know if, for example, if I'm looking at a B signal, which would be up into this trading zone, did that happen first? Or let's do it another way. The trigger down here. Did the price go down and hit the trigger and then come up to the B? Because if so, there's no trigger. And that's only because of me doing this visually. The system knows that. If it hit the B first and then comes down to the trigger, that's valid. In a sense, in a way. Anyway. I'd love to have a better way of doing it. If anybody's got a better, more productive, less complicated system, drop it in the chat. That's for damn sure. I don't know this is what I'm trying, so here we go. One thing that did surprise me a lot was just putting something stupid like I was trying to, somebody was in Static was talking about some internet guru, trading guru guy that has a 40% win rate and a R multiple of 8, 6 to 8 or something like that. And I was trying to figure out, I was thinking over the weekend, so how in the hell do you do that? What kind of parameters would a trade have to have? Because an R multiple of 8 means that trade got 8 times what you risk. If your risk was 10 points, that means that trade took 80 points profit. So what kind of a system would it need to be, and how could you get that kind of a win rate and all those kind of things? And there's a lot of different ways to do it, but the obvious one, which I came up with quickly, was is a real small risk. Okay, the back test I did was a 2-stop risk, 2-tick risk, and 16 tick profit all out. That's 8 to 1. That's an R multiple of 8. And guess what? It was real profitable. The internet guru magic, boy. They lay awake nights dreaming this shit up, I swear to God. I don't think that's anything that I would recommend somebody do. But, I've heard people talk about it. Well, that Tom the Trader guy said, he started out with his mentor guy, whose name I forgot. The guy died last year or something. I'm talking about Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy. That was his name. Dr. Allen, somebody I think was the guy's name. They from South Africa. He was Tom the Trader guy is Danish, but he was in South Africa, and this other guy was a Boykie, and there was some outfit down there that was trading and doing very successfully, and that's what they were doing. They had like a 1 or 2 tick stop, and not a tremendously high profit target. The only way that those kind of things will kill you is commissions, right? If you're trading on 0 or really low commission, okay, I guess you can do that, which is essentially like scalping. But yeah, I'm not sure that that's a viable thing that you can do. Actually, right here. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. 2 tick stop, 16 tick T1, 16 tick T2. No trail. In the 18 trading days of November, there was 35 trades, 23 wins, $40 average win. 12 losses, and average loss is $5. 65% win rate. Expectancy was $18.40, and it had an R multiple of 9.3. Risk reward of 8. What do you know? Maybe that's what to do. I don't know. Maybe that's what to do. And here's all the other countless back tests I do every day. This was last night. Those were ones I did last night, I think. Here's another one I was looking at ahead of thinking about that, trying to figure out how you could get that kind of risk reward. Well, because remember that this risk of 2 ticks means it's 4 ticks because the package is 2 contracts. These are added together, so here you go. This is 24 ticks, and this would be 200 ticks. 0. And that comes out with the a win rate of 48%, 88.2% dollar expectancy, but the R factor is pretty low and the risk reward is 8. I'm not saying I would trade. I mean, and all this kind of stuff starts to turn into kind of like a video game, it's just dreaming up as whatever kind of crazy shit I think about at night and try them out, just because I can do it so quickly that it's just a bunch of what ifs. And now I can't do the more, the higher 10, like I was talking about. How do I filter out context in a rotational day that the context is up? Well, now the context is up. So what would you do? If you want to trade in alignment with context, you'd be looking for longs, eh? So if that's the case, do you put a filter that prevents any kind of a short? I don't know. Those are things I have to figure out how to do programmatically, accurately. And then the only way I know to do it is you backtest the system as it stands now. Then you make that one change, and then you backtest it again. Did it work? Didn't it work? And that's what I'm doing on that thing I was just pointing out. That's the story here. Each one of these is one change. Trail triggered 18, trail triggered 16, trail triggered 14, 12. And then I thought, well, maybe 12 is kind of weird, maybe 13. So in other words, you take out T1, you get one tick above it, it trails up to T1. I don't know. And all of those things seem to work. 2.5 R factor, 2 profit factor, $9.5 for the expectancy, and it's got a 66% win rate. That's not bad, I guess. I don't know what to think. I don't think I'm going to live long enough to test all that stuff out in the live market. That's the problem. I need to get this profitable and on to making money and living, taking care of my family and living life. It was so different when I had the career going on, but that went poof. That went poof in February. Now, this is kind of a puzzle as to why we don't have an A signal right here. The preceding bar is correct. This bar is correct. Why isn't that an A? Because I know why. Because on the IB high, those signals are expecting the market to be trading up, not trading down. Whether that's correct assumption or not, but that was my thinking. I wanted to try to be, I was trying to enforce alignment with price action. That's the reason for that preceding bar rule and all that stuff. Maybe that's all crazy. I don't know. And here comes a VWAP mid to VPOC opportunity with one of Tom's B's trades, supposedly. He's got a lot of vetted trades, he calls them, or structured trades, I think he says now. But I don't, you know, I'm sure that it's true, but for some reason he doesn't ever disclose or show you stuff like I show you the data. You know, here's the back test. Here are the rules. Here's the back test. Do it for yourself. You don't trust me. And you should definitely do your own back testing and your own system analysis and setup. Absolutely. Development. Absolutely. But at least I'm transparent about it, because that's what I decided I would do before I started the stream. So there we go. Would have been quite a different picture, huh? This would have said 60 ticks. But for too little, this is something that's really important to understand about trading. It doesn't take much variance, a little nuance variance that make a big difference in the outcome. This would have been 60 ticks if I'd have entered my trade a couple ticks lower. You know? Entry's pretty important, no? Entry location, it's like real estate, location, location, location. And I'm tired. And Tom is busy streaming, so good for him. I haven't looked at static on my other monitors yet, or today, or whatever else. Very disappointing. I don't mind the trading today. It is what it is. It's part of the, you know, it's within the parameters of the back-tested system. But this bullshit of that trade lurking out there all night and whatever, that's pretty weird. I think about all the things that has to be in place for that to happen, and I don't get it. The trade control panel has to be on. A trade type has to be selected, you know, an entry method with the mouse. I'm pretty I don't know what to say. And it couldn't just be, for example, it couldn't be a miss keystroke if for some reason. I mean, the hotkeys should not be active if the trade control panel is not, and this method has not been selected. Even if it was, and I randomly hit a hotkey somehow, it wouldn't place it way above the market. That was a mouse click. Had to be. Think. One other thing it could have been, maybe. I was experimenting with this Execution Pro, which again needs to be activated in order to work. Not yesterday. Because you're able, if you use multi-brackets, you're able to also use Execution Pro and have trailing stops that continue to follow the market up. It doesn't work in the backtesting world, but you know. Now here we go. Now we got another A going on over here. Oh, great. Now let's see if we get a B, and then we get a trigger, and you know, the same old drama. Now I'm going to say at the outset that we didn't get a B signal yet, but at the outset, if this enters a trade again, I will not let it blow back in my face. I will, assuming that it gets up to T1, I'm going to bring it to, I have to think about this for a second, but my initial thought is to scale immediately to entry. And then if it gets above 12 ticks or so above T1s, trail it up there. Keep trailing it up to whittle this deficit down. And I know the answer to that is, yeah, but if you just take 60 ticks, then you're going to be there. And yeah, you're right. So now we have a B. Maybe it'll stick. Let's see. No, let's close it. Let's close that B, baby. Oh, now I have to think of something else, too. Another thing to consider is diddling in the middle, and we've got the frickin' POC right up against us. Oh, and the POC is migrated outside the IB. Look at there. So let's close it. Let's take a trade. Come on. Let's get that B. Let's get that B candle. Oh, we can turn the candlesticks back on. Okay. Zoom in. We've got an A and a B. Now, where the hell am I? So we have an A. This might have been the A here. Where's the B? What are we doing? There we go. So we have an A, we have a B, and here we don't have a trigger, which would be down here. Here I go with this. What am I going to do again? And look who's down here. Come on, sucker. Come on down here. Come on. I don't know what to think. This is pretty frustrating, boys and girls. You're witnessing live and direct. Coming to the trigger zone, right there. I'm gonna put this damn thing down here at the IB, man. It's the same thing that happened to me a minute ago, eh? Now that won't be, yeah, it will be too. Look at it go. What was that all about? What happened there? I wonder. Well, now it's got a trail going the other direction. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to think. No, we got a low there, I guess. Is it, or is it a short? It might have been a short. I think I might have screwed up.
Order submitted.
I was trying to see this, what the trigger's doing, and what the other things are doing, and who's on third, and I don't know what happened on fourth. Get up there, get that sucker. Come on, push. Come on, jump up there. One more. Come on, one more oomph. One more oomph for that wrist neutral. Oh, come on. Come on, girls. Yeah, it is long, okay. So let's see if we get the wrist neutral scale out of this thing, and then helmet, and away we go, huh? Well, within one tick of the wrist neutral scale too, isn't that something? I don't know any better way to have gotten this entry though. You gotta be kidding me. Really? How the hell can that be? This is the live market, remember, so slippage and not getting a fill and all that stuff can be a real thing. As you see right there. Right up to and including that price and not getting filled. Boy, that's frustrating. Save my day, maybe. Make me feel bad. Make an old man happy. Come on. All right, risk neutral scale. That's the way I like to see them happen. Well, that helped. Now, what do I do? Now what do I do? Well, I've gotten myself below this freaking low volume zoom over here. I don't like the fact that the POC just trailed back down. I guess what I'll do is just let her rip. And see if we get somewhere. I don't think bringing it up to break even is a big help. That's only going to be 15 ticks. I know we need water and a couple other things though. Don't need the candles anymore, I guess. What's going on, mouse? Now this Tom would call a price check at L3 right here. Boop. Or anybody trading the VPOCs. Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, get up there and do something. Do your magic. Show everybody who's boss. And now I need to think about scaling this thing up to T1 because we have gotten now 12 ticks above it. Scale the T1, scale up here, trail up here, sorry, not scale, trail. I think what I'll do is something, I don't know what. Think about it, I guess. I don't really know what to do. Keep going. Come on, show me. Don't make me not have to think about this. Just get up there and do your thing. Get up there and get that previous IB high out of the way. Atta boy. So we're at, we got 6 ticks to be flat. I guess we're gonna not have to worry about that here pretty quick. Not letting this come back in my face, boys and girls.
Order submitted.
There we go. Now I am somewhat protected, I guess. Why did that quit right there, huh? Not very much room on my side, and that's strictly discretionary. Absolutely. There you go. Well, I'm 8 ticks. I'm 8 ticks underwater now after having been 48, so I brought back 40 ticks. Not my finest hour, but at least I did what I thought was important there. Now we'll see it go on to, we'll see it now go on to both targets, I'm sure. Yeah, we're gonna go right up to my profit target. Had I just left it alone, you see? Can't not monkey with them. But I feel much better about not being underwater 48 ticks. Not my finest hour, for sure. Very definitely going to get up there, I think. At least I got it. Clawed my way out of that hole, which I feel better about. And I'm sure there was some magical way I could have thought of that differently, but I'm human. What can I tell you? Thank you, Monkey Boy. Like I said, was bound and determined not to have this blow back in my face. I would have liked to have taken it off up here and been 0 or ahead. Get up to that target, it would have been plus 42, plus 24, right? Or something like that. No, plus 12. Never mind. This is okay. Considering I've made back 2 stops, 2 full stops, one of which was that craziness from overnight. I'll mark this as an error in the journal because it's, or based on my trade plan. But on the other hand, I have to think about my account balance also. And we've got one, now look over here. We have 1 plus 24. We have a scratch, plus 48, which is plus 60. And we're working on plus 60 over here. So that would be, had the system been doing the trading today, I'd be up 120 ticks. Soon we'll be up 120 ticks. Now the system is not going to trail up. This thing get up here and come all the way back to a scratch. So that's what I'm trying to, deal with and systematically eliminate somehow. And that's the reason for all of these. This is the trail trigger. In other words, here's the basic 2-lot, same as all. Price gets to 18 ticks, scales to 12. 16 ticks, scales to 12. 14 ticks, scales to 12, etc. And I've done similar ideas up here to 24 ticks and all that kind of stuff. Trying to come up with the best, most advantageous long term, and these are over 480, well, basically 500 trading days, and all of them are well over 1,000 trades. So I think that is a statistically representative. Yeah. Well, there we are. T2. Isn't that something? T2 plus. Son of a bitch. Well, there you go. There you have it. And so there's 2 full trades and 1 scratch on the system. Cool. And here's, Bill's a dummy over here. And there's the T2, and there you go. This would have been up 12 ticks instead of down 8. There you are. There you have it. I'm so mad I'm going to go eat breakfast. Maybe not. But there I mean, it's kind of, there you go. And look at this scratch, huh? That was a long time. And here. And here. And still up to the top. So there you go. And if you're interested in what these levels are, this is a better chart to screen grab right there. I don't have the way to take the signal markers off of that, but all the rules and everybody are laid out right there, and you can see the A's and the B's and the triggers and whatever else. I mean, hey, help yourself. Do it yourself. Code this up on TradingView or whatever you use and trade hell out of it. We're going to get up here to this previous high as sure as the damn world. I'm not sure if that was the previous high or the overnight high. Look and see in a minute. I am going to go eat my breakfast because I'm all a Twitter. Remember, keep hydrated, well rested, fed. You don't need any blood sugar nonsense. Adrenaline is enough. Adrenaline and cortisol or whatever that goes zooming through you every time Monkey Boy shows up. Enough. Well, there we go. I feel a little better about that. Now one more trade and it could be a good deal. But I'm going to not push it, and I'm going to only take signals. So there you go. Be back in a flash. one thing about trading that's real important for me to understand and get used to, and anybody else, whatever decisions you made are made. You know, after the fact is not the time to think about them. I did what I thought was best right here, rather than letting it run and being, better up here. And that's that. Ain't nothing I'm going to do about it. It's like, in flying, they used to say that altitude above you and gas on the ground, neither one helps. The reason that I'm spooked about IRT trading is early on, 1st of November-ish, when I started thinking, okay, I vetted the setup enough. Now the IB trade, I want to start pushing it to IB. In other words, essentially what I'm doing right here. I had and for a long time previously, I had IRT looking at the live account, and I had notes when I would enter a trade, there'd be the entry here, and then there'd be the stops and all that kind of stuff would be marked on here with lines. It's this indicatory thing they have. And so, I don't know, a month ago or something, when I was on that, moved to the AMP account and wanted to see how this was all working. And there's a portfolio that shows up. I entered a trade on Bookmap. Long. Standard 2-lot risk neutral trade I always use. I look over at IRT and it's got short 2. And I'm thinking, what the hell? While I'm looking at IRT, the market trades up and it hits T1, which of course, if it's a long, T1 is a sell, right? I look at IRT and it's now sold 3. I'm thinking, holy crap, what is this? Freaked me out, and I have not yet been able to figure out why it did that, and therefore why I am real apprehensive about putting this thing on to trade live, the real account. And also another thing that happened when I saw those shorts and whatever else, I have these buttons from a long time ago set up to trade with IRT, and I was clicking flatten like a madman, and what it managed to do was just freeze IRT, not responding, and had to restart the whole thing over again. That's a position that I don't want to be in. So I'm going to have to figure out how to go about this somewhere or another. I don't know. Obviously I would like to see it happen and see it work. And see if it works in the live market. Because these are 1-minute bars. Well, this is pretty obvious. This came to the low and it entered the trade. There's no question about that. It entered the trade on the close, and the close is on the low. But sometimes, if the rule says the close, for example, and the close is up above the low, where does it go? You know what I mean? Is it intrabar or, oh, look at it go now. Previous RTH. I'm going to be another 24 or something ticks up here to the top. Oh, well. So that's why these are the reasons I'm apprehensive about setting IRT up to trade this live. Chicken shit, in other words. Look at us go over here now. Isn't this cute? Aren't they having fun? 1 point high. There we go. Now, these are the 3 trades I've taken today. But this stupidness of last night somewhere is way over here. And of course, that plays that's part and parcel of the whole session starting in last night. ETH and then RTH. Right there. And look at that. 2 ticks higher and it'd still be lurking out there. Or if you want to be extra pissed about it, well, if that were a short, that'd have been a genius. I don't know. I really, really, really don't know. Come to think about it, I'm going to take a screen snap of that just to be able to show a book map if I need to. And another thing I need to do here is, there we go. I need to do my snap for these 2 trades, or these 3 trades, which I put in the journal. Okay. There we go. I've got all my housekeeping done. Breakfast is kicking in, so I'm not shaking and jittery anymore. Oh boy. I guess we're going to be in a position for the 12-to-1 statistic, I guess. Let's see what this overnight high stat was. I didn't pick that up this morning. 1.4. From the statistics study, of course. And this is pretty much still a rotational day, you know. Little distribution right up here now, but that's about as now Dalton in his in the market profile world, this would be value is overlapping and higher. Value area, overlapping higher. That means or not, that's another. Is that valid or something to think about? Some people think so. Some people think so. $13.30, we've got the Trump. His Trumpness makes an announcement. God knows what that might be. They put these headlines out. They're also ominous, you know. It's or at least I think that's the intention or the spin that they're trying to put out. I think. Well, what's happening now? I'm all squeaky clean and the cats are pleased. That's happening. Okay. Let's get some heat map liquidity in here. Oh hell, it's still another hour till he talks, huh? Ooh. All right, I'm gonna go for a walk, I guess. Well, they continue to push it up, huh? The great one is speaking at the bottom of this hour, I think, isn't he? When it was supposed to be. Keep opening the wrong damn thing. Well, I don't see anything going on over there. I'm sure took another trade? No. 48, 48. That's the only two. Okay. Only two. I got excited there for a minute. I missed one. Snuggling right up to this, we're going to take out this naked volume point of control up here for the micro composite pretty quick. Well, I shot myself in the foot pretty good right there, huh? Ooh. Oh well. Don't cry over spilled milk. Well, what are we doing now? We've got potential auction risk here at 3:30. Sorry, 13:30, which is 10 minutes ago. And I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't see anything about it. Wow. It's getting worse instead of better. We're down to 63% volume, average volume. And and the rotations are off the board. 1.25% points. Wow. That's pretty low. And those are for 1 minute. Over a 1 minute period. So that means that, I guess I should explain that maybe. This is the average true range over 1 minute. Come on, you dumb thing. God damn, I hate that. I'm not supposed to be doing that. I don't know why. Oh, I see. It's still on the little pointy guy. Okay. These are delta divergence. I don't think I've not seen them mean anything actually. These are average true range over 1 minute. And this is open interest. I used to have some other stuff on here, which I think was just taking up a lot of room and taking up a lot of bandwidth, I think. I nuked them. Gonna catch this, and there will likely be some activity here, some fuel laying up here. No excess up here now, so that's always a alert, right? That there's going to be. We're at an unfinished auction right now. There typically is always excess because the auction doesn't just quit. Everybody quit at once. It grinds down here, tapers off, and very little taper off, shall we say, up here at the top. Well, I would suspect that the minute we get up here a little bit higher and pop through that POC, micro composite POC, and perhaps the naked one above it from the 12th of somewhere, 12th of November, probably get quite a bump. It's all dependent, of course, upon when this market risk is going to happen here with that we're expecting. Still nothing. I'm surprised. It's supposed to be 3:30. It's almost 2. Nothing happening here. Is that something just quit or what happened there? No, here we go. Way down here. Early. Okay. I was looking up here and not down here. All right. And what's the announcement, I wonder, pray tell? I was going to be flabbergasted if he missed an opportunity to have a press conference or something. But not likely ever the case. And it doesn't look like it's having much impact. Oh, it's all the story about gasoline. Okay. I guess. So he's going to reduce the MPG requirements and increase the, and also then, of course, the emission requirements. Okay. Well, that figures. I mean, that's not a surprise. All right, so that seems to be off and on, or in and out, and up and down, and whatever. I still think we're going to take out this micro composite POC and the naked one above it. So let's see here. We're in the power hour. Boy, oh boy. I guess a few things to talk about here, as I usually talk about, go over the back testing and stuff. I don't know how to tell. I try to repeat stuff on a fairly regular basis that I think might be interesting and explain what I'm doing. I realize people that are here all the time could be awful boring. Yes, I don't know what to think about that. It's like Tom actually talked about it once in TLab. It's like I stick to the same thing every day because there's new people coming all the time. I guess that's the theory. We're knocking on heaven's door up here, that's for darn sure. Something that is probably important to remember. Who knows? Win rate, by in and of itself, win rate is a useless metric. It's just clickbait. It's an important piece of data for calculating your expectancy and performance, but of and by itself, like all these people that YouTube especially comes to mind, 95% win rate and this one, usually it's the opening range trade or, something. It's going to make you rich from $100 to $1 gazillion and all that stuff. It's meaningless. It's got to do. Win rate is useless unless it's what's really important, or it needs to be taken in conjunction with risk to reward ratio. then you can determine whether that's a viable strategy or not, and because those figure into the calculation of expectancy. But be aware of that, the rearview mirror guru people and the clickbait stuff and all of that. Just stop and think about it for a minute. You can have a 95% win rate and have a upside down risk to reward ratio and go broke in 10 trades. I mean, pretty easy. I think if you just stop and think about a lot of this stuff, common sense is big help. And always bear anything you see on YouTube or Twitter or wherever it is verify the data. Okay, what's your my win? I've got a 40% win rate and an 8%, R multiple of 8. Okay, that's fantastic. How many trades? What's the data sample? What are the parameters? Did you have a 1 tick stop loss and an 8 tick and a 9 tick take profit? Because that's 8 to 1. That's an 8 R multiple of 8. Real important. And if you did that over a win ratio of over a data sample of 1 trade, well, maybe that's not so good. That's kind of the way I look at it. I'm still scratching my head about that anomalous entry that was in Bookmap all night for whatever, I don't know. So let's look at the back testing quickly, baby. There you go. This is, in case you haven't been around here before, this is my back testing tab. This is the back testing. This is the trade system to back test the initial balance trades. Real straightforward, real simple. There's initial balance, continuation zone, pullback zone, trigger. Here are the trades that this system took today in the simulated environment within IRT, because I don't want to push this to Bookmap, which is my live funded AMP account. Obviously, you can imagine why I had that. But here are the trades it took. There's a scratch. There's a both targets, T1, T2, and again, T1, T2. 60 ticks, scratch. Boop, today. That's this system on the MES live 1 minute data today. Now, this is live forward testing, and I've done the back testing to develop this idea. So that's how it works. There's 3 rules, or 3 elements to the trade. There's the initial balance. Now let me turn on the signal. There's the initial balance, I call them an A, for lack of a better idea, and a B, and the trigger. And that's the entry. Boop, boop, boop. A, B, trigger. A, B, trigger. That's how they go, and they are based on the back testing is done here, away from the live market every day, and I do all this. It's getting kind of crazy, actually. Where'd they go here? What am I doing? These are the back tests that I've done. Each one of these lines is a back test. That is this system over 493 trading days. And there's all the statistics about it, including, Sharp ratio and everything else. The ES and the MES. And this was out of curiosity. These are for the 18 trading days in November. I did different what if stuff, just messing around. And this is yesterday. Trying to get this nailed down so that I can have some sort of a vetted strategy that includes trailing, so that these things don't come back in your face, because that irritates me. That's what this is about. These are the actual trades through yesterday, all of November through yesterday. The exact results, stats, R multiple, everything. The way I'm doing this sizing up is based on this. That's what this is for. The premise here is that I'm going to take I don't know what happened up here. Something was up there. It's not anymore. Anyway, each one of these, this is based on the risk neutral 2-lot package, which I talked about in the, from the pre-market and then through the day. And here we go over the RTH high and taking out that micro composite. Let's watch what happens there. $472 stops out, 1,149 stops out, 836. Lots of fuel living up here, huh? Okay, back to here. So I'm going to trade the micros until the P&L equals 1.3 times the P&L of the risk neutral 2-lot mini stop, full stop, and that's 319 ticks. And there I've waffled back and forth and almost got it and back down again. So this is how I approach it, systematically and data driven rather than by guess and by gosh and whole, Hail Mary this or something else that. And this is how many trades we got, and trades, scratches, wins, loss, average risk, and all that stuff. That's the only way I know to go about this, to make some sense out of it and have it be actually be data driven and statistically based, which is how I see and believe we should approach the market and approach trading. Now back testing. Of course, this is forward live testing, so that's pretty different. The back testing is real simple. You can back test it any way that you can, I guess, as long as you keep a couple of real strict rules. You've got to have exactly the same parameters on every one of the trades you back test. In other words, if you have a 5-point or 12-tick stop, you've got to have a 12-tick stop on all of them. If you have a 12-tick T1, you have a 12-tick T1 on all of them. If you have a 48-tick 2, you got to have a 48-tick 2 on all of them. You can't change any of those around, otherwise they're not apples and apples. They're not part of the same data set. And you need to take as many or get as many samples in your subset so that you have a statistically significant set of data, and it's outside the possibility or the likelihood of random distribution or random variance. any way you can go about it. I tried to do it manually. I realized there's no way I could do that by just scrolling back and looking at the charts. That's why I created all these lines. These are the lines that I had determined I wanted to have the system follow, these pullback zones and continuation zones and trigger and all that. And couldn't do it. I couldn't be accurate enough. So I developed the system here, and it's really slick because I can set up a back test for, I'd say, 488 days in history. I'm trying to do that to keep it within 2 years, by the way, rather than 500. 2 contracts, MES, index futures, the RTH session only. These reports, I want to see those reports. How long do you imagine it would take you to go back over every 1 minute bar for the last 488 trading days and specifically analyze that whichever one of these signals happens and whatever your trade, however your trade plan or your strategy is put together. I'm just using mine as an example. You know, whatever it is, to accurate and make sure that all the parameters and the things are exactly the same. And it takes the computer 5 seconds to do that. It went back 482 days and moved forward over 213,000 1-minute bars and evaluated all of these rules, each of those 1-minute bars, and took these trades with these results, and there you are. That's a back test. And you know exactly, what you got, what you didn't get, what your statistics are, or you should. Here's a daily story. 983 trades, 314 wins, 288 loss, 2.28 R factor, because I only risk the same thing every time. R factor is the results of actual trading. Risk to reward is forward looking. That's for planning, by the way. And there's how much the average trade was, the maximum winning trade, the average losing trade, maximum losing trade. There was 10 consecutive winners in a row and 8 consecutive losers, and you can put all of that data into a spreadsheet. You can also go through each and every trade for the last 928 trades or whatever it was, back to the 16th of January 24, and see the exact outcome of every one of them and the order type and everything about it. Then you can calculate what you really have in terms of the system. Does it have an edge? Does it have a positive expectancy? You can do that you can look at a couple of ways of that, or a couple of versions. This is the big one. This is the over version, right? Shows you, 60.5% win rate, expectancy, R factor, risk to reward, over 1,062 trades from 282 days, for example. Or if you want to look at it a little differently, this is what I do for each individual one. And it shows, I can put this data up here for the individual trade or individual back test, and I can see that I have an expectancy of 35, or I should expect to achieve T1 698 times, 35. I don't know where this text got like this, and this is Google Sheets I never used before. Sorry about that. Looks kind of flamboyant there to me, but anyway. 35 times to 15 times. Expect this many losers. And there are the stats. Got 383 scratches and 51%, 48%. Expectancy is 16 on this particular one that I entered, whichever backtest it is, I don't remember. Profit factor and R ratio value and all that stuff. Then confidently, okay, I have a statistic. Okay, thanks a lot. I have a statistic that has a positive edge, a positive expectancy, and I should be able to trade that and expect these things. You also know, if you're in a drawdown, for example, you know how many consecutive losers you had in a row. If you've got more than that, you start wondering what happened, what's going wrong. What is the market changed? Isn't the strategy, something happened to the strategy? If you have under the consecutive losers or winners in a row, and under the consecutive win rate, you know, you're within these parameters, nothing, you don't change anything. So I think that makes sense. This is just what makes sense to me. That's how I do the back testing. That's how I come up with the statistics. And what I'm going to do now is continue to forward test this. What I've talked about ad nauseum this morning today is that I need to figure out a way to absolutely accurately replicate the same trades here. What I'm doing now is I'm watching this trigger chart, and the minute these rules, which I know come in sequence, and I'm going to get a trigger, I manually enter that trade on Bookmap. Now, this is an interesting one to watch. Stop to the tick. This one was a 48 tick winner or 60 tick winner in the system because it entered. By the time I looked at this and got my entry over here manually keyed in, I was off base. Same thing here. Now this one was me just deciding we're getting close to 12 o'clock and a bunch of speakers coming out, specifically Trump the random risk band, and I wanted to get back make up for that issue of make up for the issue of that trade that I have to get to the bottom of that somehow an order materialized here in Bookmap through the night at about 5:30 or something last night and sat in the book the entire night. All night. Like that old song, right? All night long. Whatever his name was a good guy. Good singer. Came into the market right there. Not by me at 1749. And I can't understand how it happened. So I'm going to review the log thing. It rested there all night until this morning at 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. The market flew up there and hit that long, and I got stopped out. I opened my setup here and I was down 48 ticks. I don't understand that because in order to place an order up here, way out of the market, as near as I know, the only way to do that is with your mouse or over here on the dome. And the only way to do that is if the trade control panel is on and you have selected both. The reason I didn't notice it when I woke up, the trade control panel was off. There was no way to trade, and you'll notice that there's no order sitting here anywhere. I didn't see there was anything to close. I was up here, standing here talking, doing the news at 6. I could have just reached over and, flatten all cancel orders and I would have been out, which I would have done. But there was no way that I could see it was there until I was in the middle of the pre-market and I switched to this and realized what had happened. So I'm going to review the logbook and see if I can figure that one out. Sure as hell don't want that happening anymore. And so here was a scratch. This was a stop because of my trade entry placement, different than the system. The system went on to 60 ticks, a full 2 targets, boom-bitty boom. And down here is, you know, I fully scaled this up and took it off because I wanted to get as close to flattening this mess out as I could for just, you know, account management. And of course it went way past that target, so I would have been way better off by not doing that, but hey, everybody has weak moments, eh? Me included. So I'm real excited to, not excited, but I'm real anxious to dig the log out, the day's log out, and see if I can come up with why that happened. I'm assuming I did it, but I have no idea how. I don't mind making mistakes if I know what I did. But if I did something somehow, or I've looked at, nothing here could have been on. Execution Pro was not on, and multi-brackets wasn't on because I part of the pre-market is I go through how to set those all up. I don't know, but you can bet that there's a new aspect of my trade plan is to make sure this thing is flat every evening after I reopen it, and then I won't have any more problem. And of course there's no stream, so I can't just review the stream as the logs. Best I can do, I think. All right, that pretty much does back testing and where the hell I am and why I am. And if you're interested in what this system is and you want to try it yourself, you know, manually trade it or back test it or whatever, be my guest. I'll be happy to share the chart if you have IRT. This thing, no problem. It's these lines, and you can do it on any system, I am sure. These lines are just custom indicators. This is the initial balance. That's handy. You need to have your system, your charting package needs to give you that, or you need to be able to code, you know, the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. Then you have the IB. The trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. These continuation zone and pullback zones are just 3 to 5 points either side of the IB. And the rules are real simple. A, you take the initial balance statistic. B, you pull up to either the continuation zone or pull back to the pullback zone. And the third, which is the trigger, is you come back towards the IB into the within the trigger zone, and you take that trade in the direction whichever it is. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. There you go. And if you want to, you know, screen capture that or copy it, or you want to, if you have IRT, I'll send you the definition, no problem. The session prices here, which are these, I push continuously from 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 on Friday. Happy to share those free, no problem. Lots of people have in TLab and Static, and a couple here in this stream. So yeah, I got nothing to hide. It's my journal, so it's completely transparent, and I try to explain it, probably too much so. But, you know, I don't know what else to do. So there you are. And we'll do the market recap at the bottom of the hour. And then we can look forward to the market on close orders. I'm surprised they didn't get any more zoop out of this, huh? No, it ain't over yet. Isn't over till it's over, but I would have thought more fuel up here and a pop. But that's, you know, there you go. Trade what you see, not what you think, eh? That's something to consider. My workflow on these kind of things, which I can show you now. Once they have been revisited, my workflow is to change the text black. So you know that that was a level, and you know when. That was a VPOC from Micro Composite from the 12th of November 25, and it's just been revisited now. So there you go. I'm gonna water up, and then we'll do the market recap and the prep for tomorrow, and I'll get into the freaking log. I'm not even know. I don't even know what I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'm gonna look for it. By golly. I mean, and I've taken screen snaps of all of this, so if I can't find something obvious, I'll be pestering Bookmap support. You can bet on that. Not that I think it's their problem or a problem of the computer, but I want to know how that happened. I think that's important. Okay, where are we? Let's look at this thing. That might be kind of interesting. So there's our statistics. You can see all of the ones that we've hit already today, as I pointed out earlier, and maybe you heard didn't. First of all, IRT graciously highlights the correct open type after 8:30, of course. These are where we get this. I get the statistics that I put into Bookmap beside the associated price levels. And then as each one of these is revisited by price action today, it's changed from text has changed from black to blue, highlighted to blue, so you can see what's been hit and what hasn't. Pretty cool. Pretty amazingly thought out program, actually. Chad Payne did a hell of a deal. Did a hell of a. Now, the day that I delete gold from up here, because I was thinking, I don't ever trade that. I'm sure it's bogging something down. I heard gold had a big pop, $50 or something. Here's something else you do. Watch that trade platform by Rhythmic down there. When I scoot this up to the bottom, that automatically jumps up to the header. Isn't that cute? Really thought of a lot of stuff. Here's today, yesterday. These are ETH, RTH, turn off the naked volume points or naked VOCs maybe. Goes back for donkey's years, but pretty quick they disappear. Pretty quick the info box disappears. This is the chart snap that I post into the TLab every day at 8:20, and every morning at about 6 I post the reports for the day. Right there, 6:07. But I created this long ago to be able to kind of share all of the various price levels and stuff that have happened in recent trading sessions with the folks at TLab or whoever wants it. Just so they could have all the numbers. When I was first in there, I noticed that there'd be like 13 people that would suddenly, what's POC? What's POC? What's POC? Typing or putting into that chat. So I thought, well, if they had something like this, maybe that would clean up the chat and answer everybody's questions and get them the data, in a more timely fashion. That's why I created it. Maybe nobody even looks at it anymore. I have no idea. I just do it every morning because that's what I'm a creature of habit. We've already talked about the trigger chart, the back testing. Here's our delta divergence. So we zoomed way up to 1.25 points per 1 minute candle ATR, and volume is dropping down to 61 now. Wow. That's all she wrote, boys and girls. That's all she wrote right there. This is the micro, of course, and this is the mini. All right, I'll stand down. Well, I guess it's about time to do it anyway. Never mind. Okay, well, so here we are. What's the context? Ought to be pretty obvious. Up. Shorts were a bad idea. I didn't take any, but there would have been, in my opinion. They would have been counter trend, which is not necessarily a good plan, I don't think. This is Blue Boy, which is a very secret indicator. I plop on the first print of every session. It's just a real vertical line. That's all she wrote. You can see there's the first print of the ETH last night, the first print of yesterday's RTH, and on it goes. And here's that freaking trade again. Makes me so mad. But I do that so that I can keep track of the entire context. It's always ever present in my mind, and I have a firm grip on where we are and what we're doing. That's really important. And also, I don't have to clutter up this my column here with all those naked volume point of control or migrating volume point of control flags, because there it is. I can see exactly what happened all day. And then when I want to enter into a trade, which I have done a few times today, I can zoom in as tight as I want, put my 1 minute bars on there so I can see what's happening actually within the bar. And that's what I'm doing now. We know what's up over here. This is the higher time frame chart, micro composite. What have we done? Well, the market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, and goes down to go up. What do you imagine might happen? Yeah, me too. This is that example of random risk, and why I say that when I use that phrase or talk about, like just recently, Trump's going to be giving a speech about something, that's random risk, because you don't know what's going to happen. This was based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. Unannounced, unprovoked. Boop, he just came ripping out with a tweet on his own Truth Social, mind you, not from the White House or any kind of a press briefing or anything, and the market sold off 229 handles. Turns out that the reason he tweeted was all mad hadn't really happened, and consequently his big threat that he was going to do the retaliation didn't happen either. And it's his business to do that. I'm not saying anything about politics of it. I'm saying this is what happens your job as a trader is to manage your risk and preserve your account. If you didn't have firm bracket orders, you were screwed. Period. That's all there's to it. We know that every Friday, on the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, is going to be the non-farm payroll, except for this recent period of time. So we can plan for that, and that's a known risk. This kind of thing is unknown. All there's to it. These micro composite volume points of control and the high and low volume nodes are created by the volume profile here in the micro composite, and I do this very simply. You can do it any complicated way you want to do it, quantum physics or whatever, I don't care. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, just like here. This gapped up, we didn't close the gap, what happened? It wasn't included in this volume profile, market profile. It's included over here. That's how I do it. And to be honest with you, the whole concept of micro composite, at least the first time I ever heard about it was back in, 2013, 14 or something like that. And that was an FT71 idea. When he was a real exclusive user and supporter of IRT, before Bookmap was on anybody's chart or anything else. And he came up with the, flex levels and then the micro composites and all that stuff. And that's the way he did it. It makes sense to me. So that's what I do. And this is the market profile. We're bouncing up here pretty high. I suppose this is the Santa Claus rally in December. Maybe they'll go for new all-time highs. I think what the market is doing now is really hedging their bet against the Fed. If they cut or not this month, end of the month-ish. So there we have it. We've already gone through everything else, I think. I'm cut over to Edge rather than Google. I don't know, what your systems are like, of course, but Google apparently is a real memory hog and continues to use more and more as time goes by when you have it left open. And according to everything I was able to Google, Edge is probably the most safe and lightest weight browser you can use. This is something over here. He's getting big. What's this? Russia peace talks. Something, I don't know. Anyway, so here is investing.com. Free. Yeah, there's ads. Okay, so what? I'm looking over here. I'm not worrying about that. This is free. It's pretty much live. You can filter it however you want. If you're living in, Afghanistan and you want to only watch the DAX and the DAX reporting, you can filter for it. Whatever country you're in, whatever you want to do. I have it for the USA and for the reports, and I go for only 2 and 3 star reports, not 1. Also, there's earnings. What we're going to have for the week, today, tomorrow, etc. Free. And then the second news source, which I've been using here, is the Financial Juice. Also free, also filterable. Has a similar calendar here, which I don't like for screen snapping and posting in Discord or whatever. But I do really like and appreciate the fact that through the day, they'll add unscheduled things like Trump speaks at 9 o'clock. Well, that's, and random risk going on there. Critical risk potential. That's nice. Investing.com doesn't add those, so I really appreciate that. Again, not political, but we all know, and I just showed you on the charting over there, when particularly Trump, has been known to say stuff that has a huge impact on the market just out of no place. So there you go. And if you don't like that or want to do that, then don't. It's easy. But then on this side is the more of a squawk box feel, and this is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance orders at 1450, which is about 8 minutes. There you are. I stream every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 each day, the cash session. I'm in Central Standard Time. All the times on my charts or my wherever, anywhere you see on the stream are Central Standard Time, and you'll notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. You see all my open programs, so I'm not pulling something tricky. I don't have 2 issues of bookmap going. Oh, hold on. Oh, big sneeze there. And you can also see my computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date. It ties back to bookmap and to IRT. Same story. This is a live money, live USD AMP funded account funded by me. No prop thing, no anything else. This is live. And as I explained in the backtest story over here, this system is only plotting on this chart, and it's doing so in the IRT simulated environment. And I have this note to make damn sure I've got simulated selected over here instead of my live account. And I am damn sure that the symbol trading list, which needs IRT, according to Bill Lynn, it's Lynn Soft that developed it, Bill Lynn, okay, and Chad Payne. According to Bill, the trading list is a key quote page that must have the instruments you're going to trade in it. If it's 0, no matter what you turn on or turn off, IRT is not going to send a trade. So I'm going to gingerly approach that with maybe a couple of questions to Linsoft support to see if I can get this to actually trade through this. Both of these are run by by the same Rhythmic account with AMP, right? Now in other sim accounts, prop stuff, prop evaluations, whatever else over the years, I've always had the various orders and stuff that I put on through Bookmap show up over here on IRT, and I can copy them and all that. No issues ever. As I mentioned earlier in the afternoon, only around the 1st of November when I opened this account and started trading it live, and I noticed that big drama over here completely backwards. And if that had been in a live account, that would have been a disaster. I was long 2 in Bookmap, the exact 2-lot risk neutral package, long 2. IRT in the portfolio showed short 2. When I achieved T1, which of course in a long trade, T1 is going to sell that one contract. IRT chalked up sell that I was 3 short. And then when I got to the second profit target, said I was 4 short and it was still open. Well, obviously, that's a whole lot of no good, so I don't do that anymore. And we're going to have the market on close orders in about 5 minutes. And I guess it's as good a time as any to get back over here so we can see those market on close orders. And my speech about I don't think I did this yet today. Maybe I did. No, I don't think so. I try to do this every day because it's really important. The most critical tool you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. Stop and think about that. All the time and money and, brain power and reading and whatever, Googling, whatever else you do to figure out which monitors and what refresh rate and what DPI and which software to use and what kind of strategy and what about that indicator and all this stuff is goddamned meaningless. Your eyes and your brain process all of the incoming data and make the financial decisions that affect you and your family and your account. You need to take the most care of that tool. Be sure you're well rested. Be sure you're well hydrated. Make sure you exercise regularly and are fit. This is a highly competitive, professional endeavor, environment, and very competitive. You've got to be on your A game. This is not seat of the pants, gunslinging, whatever. You're never going to succeed like that long term. You might succeed in the short term, good for you. But, and again, this is my opinion and how I approach the trading as a business of probabilities and statistics. If you are consistently profitable, gunslinging and flying by the seat of your pants, don't quit. If you if you like the adrenaline rush and this is like playing a video game for you, good for you. I suggest don't do that with your own money on the line, but up to you. So, and if you like to gamble, that's another. If you like the adrenaline rush and the dopamine hit and all that stuff, well, that's another thing too. I don't do any of that stuff. I feel those things. I feel adrenaline. But as I said earlier in the afternoon, Monkey Boy comes out to play, and I try to be aware continually so that I can acknowledge that he's playing, and then I can just not pay attention to him. not react and trade to it based on that. So you need to take care of yourself. And one of the biggest ones about you as a trader is emotional tilt, man. If you're on tilt, throw the mouse out the window. Because that is the doorway that Monkey Boy loves. And then he'll be convincing you that you should be doing this and going along there and doubling up there and moving your stop down there. YOLO over here and all that kind of crap. At least that's my experience. So there you go. 30 seconds, we're going to get to market on close imbalance. And then I'm going to watch this thing close out of the cash. I'm going to get busy with that log file. And I will be all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 6 in the morning where I post the reports and stuff. If you want to say hi, Dan was up this morning at 7 something and said hi. I was surprised. I didn't even know the damn chat worked then, but sure as the world. I guess it worked on the upcoming thing. That was pretty cool. Thanks, Dan. My day was that random craziness overnight, which I opened the session up and walked in here to the office, and I was down 48 ticks, or down 24 ticks. That was kind of unpleasant. I might have been a little bit off. I did take my trades exactly as they appeared from the system best I could, and ended up another stop down, then flat, and then got it back to 8 ticks with this trade right here, which I should have not moved my stop, let it run, and I would have been well past profitable. And I could be a rearview mirror guy and say, oh, I knew this was going to happen, and I trailed up below these swing lows, and I got all of this. Well, I didn't get any of that. I got right here. That's what I got. And here's our market on close imbalance. Whoa. 1 billion with a B, 115 million S&P 500 sell side. Imagine 1,115,000,000 ES contracts at $12.50 a tick, and you think that they're watching for your stops. You know, we do. I should worry that the few people that visit the stream here, or however many thousands that visit the stream here, are going to know my strategy, and that's going to ruin my edge. This is one market on close and balance orders. And here's the sell side, 370 million on the NAS. Sell side 161 million on the Dow, and sell side Mag 7 217 million. I just don't. It is such a huge market, and there are so many participants. I don't really think me sharing my little ideas about the risk neutral and the initial balance trades is going to affect the difference. And everybody has known about the initial balance statistics since Christ was a carpenter, so that's not anything. That's not a secret. I mean, that's an old market profile thing. You know, I just try to not put so much importance on what I'm doing, or that sharing what I share with y'all is dangerous or in any way. Or now, if I could get y'all convinced to get behind a $5,000 paywall to find that out, I'd be happy to do that. Maybe that's not going to happen. Anyway, so take care of yourself, get up. Oh, another part of my take care of yourself pitch that I missed. Your eyes. When we sit looking at these screens for hours at a time, the short focus muscles in your eyes are in constant tension. Really bad on your vision, headaches, all that stuff. At least once or twice throughout the day, get up, walk out the front door, look out the window, look down the street, focus far away, in other words. Best to get outside, get some natural light, some natural air, and soft focus. Huge benefit to the preservation of your eyesight. And let me just point out to you, with all the money you've spent on all of your monitors and all of your beautiful stuff, you wake up tomorrow morning and you can't see anything. Where the hell are you going to, where's any of that stuff going to get you? No place. So take care of it. Take care of yourself. And 6 minutes, this thing's going to go adios amigos. Remember to put the thumbs up, subscribe, tap the bell thingy wherever that went, and every morning, but rest assured that every morning that I'm still waking up every morning, I'll be here every trading day morning at 8 o'clock, and I'm actually around here from 6, so if you want to text something, go ahead, but the stream starts live then. There you go. I hope you had a great day. I don't feel bad at all about it. I'm a little pissed at myself for being kind of risk adverse or FOMO-y or monkey boyish or something right here, and not just letting us run to targets. But I was very conscious and very open in my narration here about what I was doing and thinking and why. I wanted to get right up here to be, I thought I was a couple ticks higher so that I would be zeroed out. As it turns out, I would not. I knew I could get it up here and be okay, but I was afraid about this one, and so I left it there. And that's where I got tagged. Anyway, it happens, doesn't it? Wow, he's going to allow people to deduct interest on car loans. He can't just say he's going to do that. I don't think. Any changes to the tax code have to be ratified by Congress. I think. Wow. That's the problem. That's one problem I got to say about Donald Trump. He just says shit all the time, and like it's real. I think he's one of those guys. I've known other people like this that they figure if they say something often enough, it becomes true. I think so. I don't know. This is impossible. He cannot possibly do that himself. This would have to be a change to the tax code and ratified by Congress. I believe. I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, somebody throw something in the chat, but ultra compacts, yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. The only cars, foreign cars, this is another one of those, if I'm wrong, let me know. The only foreign cars in America, sold in America, that are not produced in America, come from England, I believe, and perhaps some Mercedes from Germany, but every other one of them, Toyota, all of those, they manufacture all their cars here now for a long time. Mercedes too, actually, I think. That'd be interesting to look into. I mean, not enough that I probably will look into it, but and tariffs, the only thing tariffs have done is it's a tax on the American people. So, just be honest about it. And he praises the Ford F-150. Well, that ought to make Chevy and Dodge pretty happy. See, he must have He must have got some stock in Ford recently. Okay, a minute and a half till this silliness is over. Jesus Christ. Think coming out with these people, you know, senators and legislative elected officials should be executed, and good God, I don't know how over the top it can get, frankly. I guess as much as it wants. I will say something now on the NASDAQ for sure. Not so much on the ES or the MES, but notice how we have very little taper at the top, and NASDAQ looks like it's got a flat hat on. You can bet your ass that unless something happens in the next hour, which I doubt, when the overnight opens, this auction is going to continue, in my opinion. Mark my words. There you go. It's in the stream. I have made a prediction. The great and powerful Karnak has spoken. And it's 3 o'clock. That means I get up to schoolgirl. And that means the market went boom. Okay. Have yourself a great night. Remember to take care of yourself. Get away from the screens. Go do something fun. And be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning, and let's have some more of this fun. What can I tell you? Have a good one.